Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County July 30th, 2019 special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We will begin by going into closed session. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Donald Otten v. County of Calaveras, case number ADJ 9561858 and ADJ 101-39270.
Chair, I'm asking that this item be pulled, that today is not the day that we need to pull the item, and it will be before the board on the 13th.
Is there any objection from the board members to pulling this item? Okay.
Thank you.
Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Any public comment on this item? Seeing none.
Item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will move to closed session. We will return for 9:30 start of the meeting. Good morning. Good morning and welcome back to the July 30th, 2019 special meeting of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. If you are able, would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, will you please lead us?
Let us begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Well, we came out of closed session. That session is still open. We'll report out when we close the closed session item. We'll move on to announcements. Are there any announcements from oh, I'm sorry. Please report out.
Item 1 on the closed session agenda, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Donald Otten v. County of Calaveras, case number ADJ 9561858 and ADJ 101-39270. The item was pulled and moved to the August 13th meeting. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There was no reportable action taken. And item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. The item remains open.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to announcements.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Announcements from the board, announcements from staff. Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. Just to be clear, this is for items that are not on today's agenda, and general plan is pretty broad. So, first speaker. Bill?
Good morning, Board. Bill McManus. I know that once we get some of these other actions out of the way, the Board is in a hurry to move forward on another item, and I think you might want to stop and give a little bit of pause and think about it. A couple weeks ago, the Bureau of Cannabis Affairs, or whatever it is, issued a report of the audit that was done. It was reported on KCRA and resulted in another investigation by KFBK 1530 in Sacramento. Before you is a transcript of that television show or news report, and I haven't got time to read it all to you, but there are some highlights and some lowlights. First of all, this is from the cannabis audit itself, and it's the agency overseeing California's legal marijuana market has been, anyway, by the job, and is struggling to hire sufficient staff to set an overall strategy for the nation's largest cannabis economy. The state is now saying, we can't do this. And I'm wondering why this board thinks you can, when you have nothing but an abysmal track record with regulation before. But in any case, just some highlights. I didn't mark them for you, but about 2/3 of the 219 staff positions authorized for the Bureau of Cannabis Control remain unfilled, according to an audit by the State Finance Department. A shortage of staff in the enforcement unit is hindering the agency's ability to conduct investigations. Sounds familiar. A little bit further on, in a lengthy response, Department of Consumer Affairs, which oversees the Cannabis Bureau, said the agency faced a rigid deadline to adopt regulations and begin licensing in 2018. Regulators hit that target, but the agency acknowledged that it faced a maze of shifting legislation and related requirements, including hiring staff, conducting studies, finding office space, entering into contracts for basic equipment and services, and designing an online system and reviewing license applications. They have quite a task in front of them, and they are failing at it by their own admission. A little bit further, among other findings, even with the thriving illegal market in California, only 15 enforcement unit staff positions have been filled, although 68 were authorized. This is for the whole state. The Bureau's ability to process complaints, perform inspections and investigations and review and testing is impacted. Sound familiar? And there's a local cash shortage. The primary source of the revenue was supposed to be about $200 million. As of June, they've collected $2 million. So it's not the financial windfall. There is no enforcement. What else do you need to know? Are you still going to go down this path and think you can do it better than the state? You're not going to make any money, and you're not going to be able to enforce it. So come up with a bunch of regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. Thank you for allowing me to come before you today. My name is Melinda Hoff. I'm the president with the Calaveras County Association of Realtors. The association has recently employed a government affairs director, and I feel that it is important to introduce him here today. One of the goals of our association in having a government affairs director is to develop a closer relationship with local elected officials and county staff, attend meetings, and speak on behalf of the association on realtor and property owner issues affecting property rights in Calaveras County. Our government affairs director is a longtime resident of Calaveras County, real estate broker, and a dedicated volunteer. I'd like to introduce Mr. Tim Muterdes.
Terry?
Good morning, Terry McBride, District 2. I'm curious of an update of the PG&E money that the county got and wondering why our little fire district hasn't seen a dime, who is now borrowing a truck from Murphy's Fire Department. Reminding you that the reason this county got all that money was because of District 2, that doesn't have any good fire equipment, has to borrow a truck. What is that all about? It's shameful. I was up in Sacramento on Bill 1054 because I'm tired of seeing what's been going on to us in District 2 and how PG&E has snubbed its nose at us in more ways than one because they're a soulless corporation. I talked to folks from Santa Rosa and the Paradise fires. We all agree none of them are normal. And the folks in Santa Rosa did tell me that their county went out of its way to make rebuilding easier and faster. Our county didn't. How many people have left? And I get to thinking, how big is Jack's district going to be after the next census? It's going to be pretty wide because we've lost so many people from District 2 that stands now. Currently, though, my greatest concern is what is happening to make sure that that money is put into the hands that we all agreed to help make sure what happened in District 2 does not happen again. And where is it, and why is it in the fire department hands and the other hands that need it so that they can make the improvements that we all agreed to months and months ago? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gorda?
Every Tuesday, there's been a gentleman out there in the gazebo area, and I've talked to him a couple of times, just being friendly, and he's not out there today. It's Tuesday, and he comes Tuesdays, he says, because they take the property from people that can't afford to pay their fees, taxes, whatever. And he's there to get that information. I don't know, maybe even buy some property. I didn't get into that with him. But in the meantime, I come into the meetings, and there's this noise that comes. It's a very sharp noise, like there's when equipment is clashing. And so I just trying to figure out, what is that noise? Why do we have that noise? And is somebody listening to what the Board of Supervisors are saying? The people out here are saying things to each other, saying things that when you guys are in closed session back there. And of course, that was on the agenda most of the time when you were doing closed session, in that you were doing it about the wages that the county employees get. And so I object to that noise. I don't think that we should hear that noise. And if we hear it, somebody needs to find out what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public speakers on non-general plan items? Mr. Montgomery, are you ready to speak?
Hi, Alice Montgomery, District 3. I wanted to talk to you about CEQA and the EIR, and it's on commercial marijuana, not on the general plan. And so I wanted to talk to you about the temporary exemption that finished on July 1st. July 1st, up until July 1st, anybody who applied for any kind of license in California regarding commercial marijuana, they had a temporary exemption. The problem with that temporary exemption is July 1st. And now they could very well be, well, they are required to go through a CEQA review, which means each and every person that wants to have any kind of commercial marijuana license could be subject to going through their own little EIR. Well, a little EIR, as you know, is not little. So I want to thank each and every one of you for listening today. And whatever you do with this information is just up to you. But it's very important that anybody who's interested in this understands what these requirements involve. For any kind of consideration of new regulation, we really can't use anything that happened before the urgency ordinance. We can't use the conditions that were around during the urgency ordinance. We can't use the conditions that were after because they don't make the benchmarks, they don't make the thresholds. Some people say you can tier it. We can't tier it. So if information is being given to Peter that we can tier it, that would be incorrect. This requires an entire new EIR. Start it all over again. and that's the cost, that's what needs to be done. If it's, don't listen to me, call the Office of Planning and Government Research. They will verify this. I talked to the head of it. So it's just a lot. None of this is a surprise. None of it's a surprise. 15 years ago, when they started asking commercial tobacco to put warnings on their labels, they were saying marijuana. None of this is a surprise. Unless you're Mike Tyson and want to make a commercial marijuana resort, you're Jim Belushi, you're in the entertainment industry, you're Joe Montana, you're sports, or you're a venture capitalist. No, the small growers are not going to make money on this anyway, they know. The regulations weren't written for them. They weren't thought about for them 15 years ago. So from a 30,000-foot view, as supervisors, I think you will see that, you know, you can go ahead and try to make regulations. Will you be doing them any favors? No. No. And we do still have to comply with EIR. And no, there's no enforcement arm. It's just people suing, and they should sue. They should sue. I believe they should sue if we go forward and don't do this correctly. And no one else is going to help us. But I thank you for your time. You all put a lot of time into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further public comment, we will close that and move on to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Ms. Hawkins?
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management. I am asking to remove item number 4 at this time to bring back to the board at a later date.
Any objection? Thank you very much.
Thank
Item's
you.
pulled. We'll move on to the regular agenda.
Item number 5 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing, deliberate, and make a tentative decision regarding certifying the environmental impact report and adopting the Calaveras County General Plan, to defer action on a final decision and direct staff to prepare appropriate findings and a resolution consistent with the tentative decision to be brought back at a subsequent meeting for final approval.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take my privilege and open this. We will be opening a hearing here in a second, but I sort of wanted to lay out, in discussing with Director Maurer and County Council, how we'll go about conducting these next couple days. So everybody bear with me. I actually took the time to write this down. But I want to start off all my comments by thanking the county staff, particularly the planning staff and Mr. Maurer, the Planning Commission, innumerable citizens, and years of work to bring this forward. This has been a long time in the making, and a lot of people put an incredible amount of effort, weekends, nights, to make this happen and to finally bring this thing to a close. And I want to thank everybody sincerely. As everybody here knows, since you're here for the general plan, it's been 23 years since we've had an update. There's been many twists and turns, but today or tomorrow or certainly very soon, I hope to get this done. I think everybody here will agree that the current general plan is in bad shape, and as such, we have to complete this update. A delay in order to reach total perfection on this document will mean that we're going to continue to work under the existing general plan. It is my hope that this fact alone will drive us to reach a consensus and move forward. My objectives as chair for today and tomorrow are to, 1, make any additional changes and additions needed for the general plan, and 2, to complete this process and bring this hearing to a close. Everyone needs to remember that the general plan once adopted, can be revised many times during a year. This is a living document and must be revised constantly. So, if you do not get what you want in this round, I encourage you to petition the county to go and make amendments in the future. This is, as I said, this is a living document. It's also not the elixir to all the issues facing our county. We don't pass this thing and suddenly fireworks and flowers start falling from the sky. This is a working document, and this is a status of where we are and a prediction of where we want to go. It's going to take continuous work. So, as far as process for today, we're going to take on each element. There are 9 elements, excluding the introduction, that we're going to take on. We're going to start each element by Mr. Maurer giving us an introduction to it, and talking us through it a little bit. Next, the Board of Supervisors are going to have a discussion. We're going to state the issues that each of us may have with a brief summary of why. We're going to try to keep that brief, but we wanted the public to know where our thinking was so you guys can direct your public comments to work with us, not just speaking into a void. Then we're going to move to public comment for each of these elements, and everybody's going to get 3 minutes. So if you think you're getting cut off, if you add it all up, you'll have almost a half hour to stand up there and direct. I would please ask you to maybe not use the entire half hour available, but be specific to what your issues are. But I don't think anybody's going to argue with that much time. Then we're going to bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. We're going to discuss each item. We're going to, or adjustment suggested by the Board of Supervisors meeting. However, we are going to try to avoid heading down rabbit holes, and we're going to poll to make sure that people want to go there, so that we do not have any one of us chewing up more time on a project that may not happen. Then we're going to, if in the course of this we run into any issues that we feel are putting us in legal jeopardy or may jeopardize the county, we will recess into closed session. That session is still open, where we'll discuss what our risks are. I'm going to run this meeting till 12 o'clock today, and then we're going to take a break till 1:30. We'll run again till 5. If I feel like another half hour is going to get the deal done, that's best I had it a joke, everybody. But if I think we could do that, we will push through to the end. We will return tomorrow, where we will work, we will begin the meeting. Did we say 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock, Madam Clerk? 9 o'clock we'll begin the meeting, run the same calendar. However, instead of having a hard stop at 5, we will run until either we get it done or this board declares no moss and throws in the towel. So, and then we will retry, then we have another date in August. So I hope I've been clear. I hope everybody understands sort of what the process is. There's a lot of opportunity for input. I see this as a very much a work day. So with no further ado, is everybody good on the board with the plan? Yes. Okay. So Peter, open us up and let's get this thing going.
Thank you, Chair Garamendi, members of the board, members of the public. Wow, we're finally here. It's been a long haul for me and my predecessors. It started long before I came on board. It's been now 5.5 years that I've worked on it, and it's really exciting to be at this juncture finally. I appreciate what you had to say, Jack, about the fact that this is a working document, and I really want to emphasize that fact, that the worst thing we could do is adopt this and put it on the shelf for the next 20 years and say we're good. I fully intend to come back on a regular basis to the board with reports on how we're doing, how changes in circumstances and demographics and population growth affect the county. This should be like a business plan. You say, this is what we think we want to go, this is the direction that we're headed, and if it's working, good, let's stay the course. If it's not, let's make a fix. Let's tweak it a little bit here and there. And so what we're basing this plan on is what we know today and what we project for the future to the best of our knowledge. You've seen over the past, the growth projections have changed. We'll get into that a little bit more as we start talking about the land use and the different alternatives in the EIR. But when I started this project, the growth projections for the county were in the range of 10,000 to 12,000 people over the next 20 years. Recently, the Department of Finance have come in with new projections. We're now down to about 3,000 people. And so things change. 5 years from now, we may see a population boom, a growth change that says, hey, we need to adjust this plan. So this is based on the best knowledge that we have today and what we think is best for our county. There's a lot to like in this plan, and as been pointed out in the letters to the board members, There's a lot of people that dislike parts of this plan. I would hope that as a planning document, planning being the art of compromise when it comes to land use issues, that we can look at the positive things in this and not just focus on those portions of the plan that one party or another dislikes. I think that if you look at the overall plan, it has a lot of positive direction for the county. There are things that people don't necessarily like. I guess the fact that all components of the political spectrum here has something they don't like about it means we've had to compromise along the way. So with that general overview, the plan, as you indicated, has 9 elements. There's also an introductory chapter, a glossary, and a bibliography. Most of this is mandated by the state. We have some additional components that we've added, and primarily that's the resource production element. We are a resource county. We have timber, we have agriculture, we have mining, and that's an important component of our economy and our character of this county. And so we have added that as a additional element to the plan. What's not before you today is the housing element. That is on a separate track. The Planning Commission reviewed that last week, and that will be coming forward in the near future. The state mandates that that be updated on a cycle. We're currently on our 6th cycle of that, and so that will be coming separately. That element was analyzed on both the current general plan that was adopted in 1996 and amended since then, as well as looking at this plan and the prospect of it being adopted at about the same time. But I don't want to get too sidetracked on the housing element. I just want to let you know that that's not a part of today's action, but it will fit hand in glove with this once adopted. The other component of action on this item is the certification of the EIR. Back in 2016, the Planning Commission had just completed 15 months worth of hearings on a draft, forwarded their recommendation to the board then. The board said, yes, this is the right direction we want to go. This is what we call the project description. And that's what the analysis for the EIR was based on. Went through the normal EIR process, opportunities for the public to weigh in on what issues should be addressed, a lengthy analysis by our consultants, and I will take this moment to introduce those who are sitting next to me, which I forgot to do initially. The end is Rod Stinson. He is represents Rainey and Associates, the lead consultant on the EIR, and next to me is Chris Stiles from our outside counsel, Ramey Moose and Manley. They have been instrumental in this process, and we really have relied on them quite a bit. And so if there are any specific questions that you might have on the EIR itself, Rod is here to help me, and Chris is to keep me in line so I don't get sidetracked on legal issues. We then had a public comment period last year. Once the draft EIR came out, we received a lot of comment on that. And so the past year has been spent responding to those comments as were required and identifying additional measures that we can to reduce the environmental impacts. And so the final EIR came out earlier this year. So that at the end of this process, you will be asked to certify the EIR as well as adopt the general plan. The EIR is an informational document. The idea is that it informs the public, informs the decision makers, informs staff as what are the effects of any project, this project being the general plan itself. This is a programmatic EIR because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We've identified areas where development is appropriate. We've looked at a range of development types. What could the impacts be on a variety of resources at a programmatic level. Subsequent projects that come in, we'll be looking at the more detailed issues, but this looks at the broad scope of how does it impact the county. it identifies mitigation measures that can be adopted. It doesn't dictate that those have to be adopted, but what we need to do is weigh those proposed measures against the policy directives of the county. What is it we are trying to accomplish here? And it's a balancing act. We're looking at economic development. We're looking at providing housing for anyone in the full range of income levels for the county. We are looking at protecting the environment. We are looking at the aesthetic beauty that makes living in Calaveras County such a positive thing to do. And so all of those things need to be balanced. The human resources, the natural resources, and the economic resources of the county. And I hope that we've accomplished that through this plan. The plan is set up with goals, policies, and implementation measures. The goals are the very broad ideals of what we're trying to accomplish. What are we looking at? What do we want the county to be like 5, 10, 20 years from now? The policies are the sort of the specific statements of how we're going to try to attain those goals. And the implementation measures are the actions that we will be taking to implement those policies so that we can ultimately reach that goal. There's a lot of implementation measures, a long laundry list of things that we will be doing in the future. We can't do them all at once. I'll be coming back as soon as this is done with my recommended priorities, but it will be your decision of what are the priorities we need to do given the time constraints, staffing constraints, budget constraints, and the overall desires of the needs of the county. Also within the constraints of state law. There's a lot of things that are dictated by state law that we have very limited ability to override or to ignore. And so all of that is also contained in this plan. With that, I guess I'd like to just get right into the introduction. I think that would be the first item when we get into the specifics.
Sure.
I will hopefully bring that up in a moment as the projector warms up. So the introduction provides a vision statement, a statement of guiding principles. It talks a little bit about the growth projections and a little bit of just sort of the history and description of the county. The Planning Commission modified this somewhat by, one, updating the information that we had in 2016 when this was first distributed for public comment to, that will disappear in a moment. I want to make sure of that. Thanks, Ron. And I just have this up. If we want to go to a specific section, we can scroll to that, that section so the public can see the text. The commission added a section, guidelines for using the plan, which we all agreed was very helpful. It talks about how it applies to residents, to businesses, to developers, and to the county staff itself. We are compelled in many cases to make a finding of consistency with the general plan when we take various actions. If the board is approving a capital improvement program, for example, that needs to be consistent with the general plan. If the planning department is reviewing and taking to a public hearing a project for approval, we need to make findings of consistency with the general plan. So this first introduction section just talks about some of the very general issues associated with the county. The vision statement is on page 1, and we'll go to that. We have some guiding principles that the Planning Commission had worked on and then was brought to the board. I think that was in 2015. So this is sort of the overall approach that the county is trying to take in adopting this plan. With that, I will turn it back over to the board if there's any specific
Thank you very
concerns
much.
about this section.
Does anybody have any issues or concerns that they want to bring up on the introduction section? Supervisor Mills?
Yes, on INT 7, goals and policies, at the very bottom. The statement there is unless the policy identifies another entity, such as an applicant, the policy language shall be assumed to read the county shall. As we know in legal terms, may and shall are the two key words to be used. Why have we decided to use the word shall here and literally close the door? Or maybe that's a discussion for the board to decide.
I guess that's a question.
That's a question.
I think, Peter.
I think the intent is that it is to be directive to the county. We shall do this. We will do this. Otherwise, the county may do this, and we may not. There's not much directive in that kind of language, and so the intent here is that shall is the operative word.
Supervisor Mills, other question?
Well, I'm just a little concerned that might push us into a future corner, is all. So.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm-
Can we please put it, the relevant section?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Ma'am, let me take a break real quick. So a lot of you haven't been in one of these rooms with me chairing. This is how we're going to run things. There is no comments from the crowd or objections to points of order that could come up. And so we will try to do the best we can with the tools that we have. When we get to public comment, I'm going to expect everybody to be respectful of each other. I have no tolerance for anybody from the crowd sniping at somebody who's up here talking. I would ask the people who are up here talking to address the board and not their fellow audience members. I'm sorry, I run a pretty tight ship on that, and it's just a product of the experience that I've had serving on this board. So, ma'am, I'm sorry, but we're not going to stop the meeting for points of order from the crowd.
Chair, would you just prefer a broad overstatement?
I think, if there's something further you want to talk about, then what we'll do is after we have public comment, we can come
get
back
into
and you can make your
specifics.
case if you want to change the made shall.
I agree. I think that would be I think that's the best approach.
Supervisor Stopper.
Well, in that case, I mean, there are a couple things I'd like to bring up, but I would defer to public comment first.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Okay. Very well. Anything else? Then what we'll do is we will have public comment on the introduction. If you'd like to speak. And if you can please line up no more than 5 at the back of the room so I can keep track. And this is specific to the introduction. Mr. Meredith.
A broad comment cannot be made now?
Yeah. It's the introduction. It's pretty broad. Go for it.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, staff. My name is Tim Utertes. As President Hoff indicated earlier, I am the Government Affairs Director for the Calaveras County Association of Realtors. We did not comment in public comment, or we did not respond in public comment as an organization because we felt that the general plan was well written and did a fair and equitable job of balancing the protection of property rights along with other interests. With respect to the 350 proposed changes from the current Planning Commission, we feel that there's a lot of wordsmithing that is going to result in the plan being a specific plan because it will no longer read as a general plan. We would urge you to go back and adopt the original general plan with the EIR mandated changes so that the county can move forward with a current viable general plan. If you're going to consider the 350 changes that are being proposed, we would urge you to reopen public comment, period, because those changes are drastic and unanticipated. Lastly, thank you for your time and consideration.
Tim? Shrinking.
Vicki Reinke, Calaveras County. I just wanted to make a couple comments on the introduction as more of a reminder as we go through the rest of this document, that we keep the things in mind that are in this document as introduction. For example, seek to promote economic prosperity, protect property rights, and enhance Calaveras' unique blend of its productive resources, innovative economic pursuits for all to live in, work among, and enjoy. So, remember, that was written in this policy. Guiding principles, property rights. The general plan will protect the rights of property owners. County government will respect and protect the property rights of people in their efforts to maintain or develop productive resources. The role of the plan, where practicable, the general plan will favor flexibility and adaptability. And then under economic development, intends to promote an improved business-friendly economic climate for the prosperity of its citizens. And then the desire to allow economic growth and fully recognize the constitutionally property rights of the people of the county. Those statements are in this, and they're good statements, and we need to read those as we go through, because that's not what I see when I read the rest of this general plan. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cordo?
I agree with everything that Tim already said about this general plan and the introduction. I cannot believe that the board would give away their ability to make decisions by changing something from whatever it is to shall. It is unbelievable that you would even anticipate the idea of giving up your ability to represent our constituency in Calaveras County. I'm disturbed about a lot of things about the plan, but that is definitely one of them.
Thank you. Mr. McBride?
Terry McBride, District 2. Over 300 changes from the original that the public has seen. There's a word we use a lot after Butte Fire, bait and switch, because we were all pulled in on it with come in, we'll clear your land for you, we'll take out the burned out house and all that kind of stuff, bait and switch. You got to sign the paperwork for us to do that. It's not going to cost you anything, bait and switch. So that's what our county is going to be known as, bait and switch. If you're going to push this through, people need to see it and read it. Shall is an enforcement word. This country is built on small government and property rights. We don't want shall. May is just fine. If we as the people don't like it, we'll come in here and we'll tell you. I have no doubt. But you put shall, and you've put it throughout this thing, then those are the enforcement words. And our little county is going to go to wherever in a handbasket. And I don't want to see that. So you need to rethink this thing. And the folks that rewrote the doggone thing needs to put it back out to the public. And I guarantee you they aren't going to like the word shall. Because if they went to school and they understand the terminology, they're going to understand that is enforcement. And we are not wanting that. Small government. You guys are in charge of running this county. And yes, as a matter of fact, you can do it better in California. I have no doubt whatsoever. But you must maintain control so that you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Infacino?
Good morning. Tom Infacino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. As you know, you got a 4-page memo from me yesterday with short list, and you'll be happy to notice that when it comes to the introduction, there's only one thing I'm hoping it'll change. But before we go there, let's talk a little bit about shall. Some people are concerned about the implications of shall. I encourage them to read the entire document, because what Peter's very good at is putting words after shall that mean very little, that make shall mean almost nothing. For example, we shall consider. Well, that doesn't force you to do anything but consider. Sometimes we shall encourage. That doesn't force someone to do anything. All you have to do is encourage. So there's plenty of weasel words in there to give you room. Second thing you need to know is anytime you're uncomfortable with the shall, almost anytime you're uncomfortable with the shall, you can change it to a may along the way. So that's other. The only time you absolutely need to have mandatory language is when the policy is a mitigation measure, and they'll explain that when you deal with the EIR. So as long as you keep the shalls and the mitigation measures, you can change the other ones to encourage or promote or whatever you want. But regard to the introduction, the one issue is the introduction says that uses that were lawfully established but will no longer be consistent with the general plan update and revised county code shall be allowed to continue such use under the non-conforming use provisions of Title 17 of the code. Title 17 of the code allows such uses to continue so long as they're not interrupted. They can even be reestablished after there's been an interruption. When a previously allowed use does not conform to a zone, the goal of planning law is actually to eliminate that non-conforming use. And the county has failed to do that in the past, and there are some solutions. The first one is do a good job when you're updating the zoning ordinance to avoid making things a non-conforming use. So we'll be, after this process, there'll be a zoning ordinance update process. That's a good opportunity to use to say, hey, you know what? This use is a great use. It's a farmer's market in a neighborhood. It's great. Why don't we just allow farmers markets in neighborhoods? Stuff like that. So don't go out of your way to make non-conforming uses. That's the first solution. The second solution is to do what other communities which is done is sort of, if something is a real problem, if there's a health and safety issue associated with it, allow that investment to amortize so that over time they'll say, okay, you're allowed to continue your use for the next 10 years, but at the end of that 10 years, you're done. That way you can have zoning and land use designations that work for the community and that give that person a chance to profit from his investment as he's coming to a close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom?
Good morning. I have to differ with you on that, Supervisor Mills, and Terry, I'm a little surprised that I do differ with you. I'm wondering how differently we're reading this paragraph, but it seems to me that if you remove the preface of the county shall in this context, you might as well delete everything in the paragraph other than defining what goals and policies mean, because, well, the rest of it doesn't mean anything if you don't have the word shall in there. And that's my only comment. I like it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Montgomery? Are there other speakers who wish to speak on this? I see where we're at. Okay, Al, you're up after Ms. Montgomery. And Alice, you're already there. Let's just go.
Alice Montgomery, District 3. I forgot to properly thank all of you for your hard work. And the reason why I'm commenting is because I heard it said that, what Peter Maurer writes is not substantive or whatever they said. That I will always stick up for Peter Maurer. He does an excellent job, in my opinion, and he works super hard at this. The whole thing about shall reminds me, when Mr. Infacino talked, please forgive me, I do not mean any disrespect, but it reminds me of that Saturday Night Live sketch of Opposite Day. So when you say shall means shall. Shall doesn't mean kinda. So this is a general plan, and if it's supposed to be general, put in may.
Al, I think this is the last speaker on this item. Jack, you're up next.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We pretty well agree with what most has been said regarding the 350 changes. Some of these changes do make sense, do not harm property rights, and are good. Other ones are problematical in that it would encourage lawsuits. And we don't need to encourage lawsuits. The general plan needs to be general. And above all else, we need to protect property rights. And there's wording to that effect. And so we agree with the Calaveras County Association of Realtors in their comments. And This needs to go back to the Planning Commission to be redone, to go back to the previous plan prior to the 350 changes. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cox?
Good morning, my name is Jack Cox. I read through the plan in detail, and my biggest concern about it is a major plan with incredibly important changes with massive impact. I think you spent, I don't know how much money you spent on the environmental impact report. I think what's missing in this plan is an economic analysis. There is no cost and economic analysis that I could see in it. And before you go any farther with this, I think the county needs to engage in an economic analysis of the impact of this plan on the county relative to tax revenue, etc. I know some of the changes you want to make are going to reduce tax revenue from the county now, and in the future, if you eliminate that land for development, you will also impact the county dramatically. So I think the board needs to engage carefully in a cost-benefit analysis, an economic analysis of the impact of this report before it approves anything. Thank you.
Ms. Crane?
Marty Crane, Valley Springs. Just very briefly, I wanted to remind us that for many, many years, we've all struggled with the word general because it's called a general plan. That does not mean it's vague. It means it's general. It encompasses everything. It's not, it just doesn't mean that it's supposed to be vague. And I attended a study session at the state with the state planning department, and they addressed that when we were there. Does not mean let's be vague. Let's be clear. Let's be concise. But the word general means we're going to cover all the topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, I will bring this back to the board for further discussion. Supervisor Stopper, you had an item you wanted to bring up, and then we will catalog what we want to talk about and make some choices.
Yeah, Mr. Mills did bring up a concern of mine already, and then back to the guiding principles. There's been a change in the role of the plan. The first part of the role of the plan, where practicable, the general plan will favor flexibility and adaptability. Struck from this is be as general as possible rather than specific. And I think this isn't a binding statement that's been struck, and that there are specific plans related within the general plan. And I think in the spirit of a general plan that this should be in part of the guiding principles.
What is your suggestion?
My suggestion is to reinstate verbiage in the sense of be general rather than specific.
Okay. That's the first one. Let's test out this process. Does anybody else want to change that wording?
Yes.
Mills,
Yes.
yes. Supervisor Toffenelli, want to weigh in on that?
Well, I understand what Supervisor Stopper is talking about. I had questions on it too, but if you read what is struck and then you read the remainder of that sentence, put together, it says, where practicable, the general plan will favor flexibility and adaptability. So, general or specific, I think favoring flexibility and adaptability kind of covers what that was struck out. Although I wouldn't be opposed to reinserting that language. That's where the board wants to go, but I think the remainder of that sentence kind of covers that area. It doesn't say specific.
It's kind of a maybe. Supervisor Galloway?
I support leaving it as it's proposed.
I support leaving it as it proposed to. Gary? Leaving it as it stands? Supervisor Mills, you had a question regarding the may versus shall introduction.
I think that Peter's kind of alluded to an answer with it, but as we go through the document, I think we need to be very careful about where the shalls put us into a position where we're required or requiring something be done, and that we don't create legal issues simply because we've put ourselves in a position where we have to do this, and then we don't do it. It creates a problem. So that's the only reason that I had brought that up.
So you have a specific change you want to introduce, or just leave it stand?
Not at this time, but only just to bring the board and the public into awareness of the importance of that word and its implications and meanings going forward, especially when we're talking about implementation of policy.
Thank you very much. Any other further comments on the introduction from this board before we close this section and move on to this item 2?
Chair, on INT 9, in the interim zoning relationship to zoning code, when we talk about must find all discretionary development to be consistent with the general plan, and it says where inconsistency exists, the land use designation shall apply. I almost sense a conflict here with those statements.
Any question for Mr. Maurer? Or?
Well, I think it goes back to, and it's going to go forward to, for instance, land use designations in the future discussion. But just to put a hard and fast statement in there, the land use designation shall apply, I think to some degree is going to tie future boards' hands and giving them a latitude to look at something specific and tell them that they can't even discuss it unless it fits within that land use designation which was created previously.
Is that it's a statement or question or change?
I would like to see that statement changed.
There's further support on this board for changing that statement before we start wordsmithing? Supervisor Stopper?
I'm willing to discuss the wordsmithing of it.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, I'm willing to discuss it. I don't know what the proposal is and the change.
Okay, we have 3 votes to discuss it. Supervisor Mills, what are you proposing?
Well, my suggestion is where it says an inconsistency exists between zoning and general plan permitted densities, the development density of the general plan land use shall be considered, not that it shall be applied. We have to keep in mind that future boards may see this as a tying of their hands, and I do not want to do that.
Supervisor, excuse me, Mr. Maurer, what is the impact of that change?
So this is addressing the fact that once we adopt this general plan, there will be inconsistencies between the current zoning and the general plan. We will be bringing back a zoning map update to bring the zoning into compliance with the general plan. But it's going to take some time to do that. It's not going to happen next week. So the idea here is if there is a project that's proposed that we need to make a finding of consistency with the general plan, and if there's an inconsistency between the zoning and the general plan designation, that designation would be the operative, what's the word I'm looking for? We would have to base our determination on consistency based on the general plan rather than the zoning.
And yet, Mr. Maurer, it is the zoning which most people understand, most people know that's what they're working towards. It is the zoning changes themselves that drive that economic engine, so to speak, in future development. If we say we're going to fall back to the land use element and say that's the line in the sand, then we basically make the zoning subservient to the land use discussion.
And the zoning is subservient to the land use. The general plan is in the hierarchy of things, the general plan is the top. The zoning has to be consistent with the general plan. And then all of the various other standards and guidelines that we might have would fall under that. So the zoning is the top of the hierarchy, or the general plan is the top of the hierarchy. The zoning is subservient to the general plan. But there will be a time period from adoption to when we can update the zoning to when there will be inconsistencies. And we just what this statement is saying is that the general plan rules.
I see it as a tying of hands in the future, and I just wanted the board to look at it and realize what it is, and if they'd like to use the word considered instead of apply and not make it a hard and fast statement, that's the direction I would rather go.
The proposal is to change shall apply to be considered. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there further support for that change at this time? So, Kylie, you want to go first?
I support it as written, shall apply.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, I understand what Peter's saying. Eventually, Title 17 will be coming to us, and it's the interim time, because Title 17, once we update that, is going to be in compliance with the general plan. There may, again, be an interim time. I assume sometime next year, Title 17 will start getting into it. You'll bring it to us to update it so it's consistent with the general plan. So I'm in favor of just leaving it the way it is. We may have a small interim time here that Title 17 may not apply, and we have to go to when we get into land use element. So I'm fine with it.
Supervisor Stopper?
I'm fine with that as it is.
Okay. It'll stay as it is. Seeing no further discussion on the introduction, we will move on to, it's 10:30? See, the clock stopped. I thought it was still 9:30. We're going to take a 5-minute break and come back to start section 2. I was like, dang. Welcome back. Well, we got through one element. It's pretty good, or one, at least introduction. We're going to move on to number 2, the land use element. Over the break and speaking with Director Maurer, we have decided that we will take this in 2 sections to make it easier for people. First section, we're going to discuss the text. The second, we're going to discuss the maps. And that will allow, because we have people here from both doing different things, and we want to make sure we don't mix everybody up as we go forward. So if that works for the board, any objection to doing 2 pieces? There'll be 2 public comments as a result, because I know some people want to speak to the maps, and some people want to speak to the text, and some people want to speak to both. But I want to make sure we do this correctly. So Peter wants to take us into land use.
Okay,
We'll break
thank
for
you.
lunch at noon, so we'll get her done.
So the land use element is probably one of the key elements. It's the one that most people are familiar with. What's my land use designation? What can I do with my property? That's the first thing you look at. And so we've broken down the county into a number of land use designations, ranging from industrial and commercial up to resource production and resource management, which is land that's owned or managed by a federal or state agency or some other agency that we don't have control over. The focus on land use and where this differs the most from the prior plan is we are trying to direct the growth towards our existing communities, to enhance those communities, to provide housing and employment opportunities within those communities, rather than the more dispersed population that resulted from the prior plan. If you look at the old plan, there's lots of areas that was designated future single-family residential. Now, there were policies that applied to that limited growth to some degree, but it gave, in a sense, a false impression that really housing development was appropriate anywhere in the county. And what we're finding is the cost of providing services and infrastructure to that dispersed population is very expensive. So one of the key components, key changes from the proposed plan to what we currently have in the books is bringing that back. A lot of the area that was previously designated as future single family is now working lands or even resource production. And we're just to look at trying to focus our growth where we can most afford to accommodate that. And I think that's probably one of the most fundamental issues and probably the most controversial issue associated with this plan. We have, and the map and the policy text are interlinked, obviously. We've described each of the land use designations, what's appropriate within that. There's a table that says these zones are consistent with that land use designation. And then we've looked at, in the policies and goals, what are we trying to accomplish, by this map and by, these goals and policies and measures. And again, it's to really try to support the economic development and housing development within our existing communities to enhance those communities, make them more livable, more attractive for investment and infrastructure, and to reduce the costs of infrastructure improvements, as well as providing services to a dispersed population. There is still plenty of land available for development, and one of the changes that the Planning Commission made was to they made some modifications based on the growth projections, but we didn't change the land use map. So there is sufficient land to more than accommodate the projected growth, not only the current projections, but what was projected at 3 times that rate in 2016. There's something probably around 7 times the amount of land available. There's also many undeveloped parcels that currently exist in the county to accommodate people's desire to have different housing types and living conditions within the county. One of the key changes that the commission made was there is a land use designation identified as future specific plan, and there are 2 areas designated with that designation in the county. Both happen to be in Copperopolis. These were proposals made by individual landowners that said, this is sort of the idea that I have for this property. It would fit. The commission and staff were concerned about just giving it, say, a community center or historic center designation because of the broad scale of potential development. And so that designation actually constrains the development to the limitations established in the policy. I don't remember which specific policy that is, but what was once just a footnote in the table is now a specific policy that says this is what the limits are on development of these 2 locations and the expectations of what we would get out of that. There has been concern that this is pre-approval of some project. It is not. What it's saying is we believe that some level of development up to this capacity is appropriate for this location, just as we would say that this parcel over here is appropriate for commercial development or another parcel over there is appropriate for high-density residential development. The commission felt that those 2 sites were appropriate for some type of future development, but wanted to put some constraints on it. It required to go through a specific plan process. There are some specific goals and objectives associated with those parcels of what they would like to see out of that. And so that's contained in the new policy that the Planning Commission added to this. There's discussion about community character and design, section on that, infrastructure and how we ensure that that infrastructure is provided to these communities. And all of these elements go hand in hand. You can't look at the land use element without looking at the public facilities and services element, for example, or when development comes up, we've got a lot of policies and the conservation and open space element that we have to look at as a part of this. But this sort of lays out the basic framework of where we expect to see development occur and how we can support that. Just with that, I'll turn it back over to the commission for any questions or ideas you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. All right, who wants to jump in first? Supervisor Mills.
Of course, it's Copperopolis.
I have a concern that, because being in the room at the time this was discussed in front of the Planning Commission back in 2016, there were other proposals that were brought before the commission that were not considered. And for various reasons, could they meet the circulation element? Are there other requirements that might need to be there? Are future boards going to need to be forced into a situation, because it says very clearly, quote, after the approval of a specific plan? Does that put them into a position where we're just calling out only these two parcels in the future, or should we be more general in our statement that future specific plans, no matter where they are in the county, will need to go through this same process? We're basically picking on these two potential future subdivisions, rather than looking at this in the broader context of what could be possible in Valley Springs or any other area of Calaveras County. And this is a question, it's not a... Do you understand my point?
Yes, I do.
Because
this is specific towards those two sites, the land use designation of future specific plan. It does not preclude someone from proposing a specific plan elsewhere. But what we're saying with this policy is that it is required of these two sites. And I should point out there were 4 APNs that are missing from the first bullet point that I need to add in. And I don't have those, but I will bring them back. It's the entirety of the Sawmill Lake property.
Yeah, we caught that before.
Inadvertently overlooked.
Yeah, exactly. The point is that I would like to be sure that we don't get into such specifics with a particular parcel that we fall away from our goal of creating a general plan. That we stay within the broad context. So if we want to have a discussion like this, let's take out all of this language and say any future specific plan would need to follow these guidelines, and leave it at that. Don't call out particular APNs as being the point of contact as it is in this document right now.
The reason that this is called out was because when the potential future projects were presented to the Planning Commission, they said, what you're talking about makes sense. We don't think it makes sense to be all commercial or have 3,000 residential units, but that specific proposal. So we had to sort of craft this designation with those proposals in mind. And those were limitations that the property owner said, this is what I'd like to do, I could live with that. We don't have to have it, it's somewhat unique. I have seen it in other counties, where they've looked at potential future projects that were, sort of in early stages. Say, well, that makes sense, but we don't want to just sort of say, okay, it's all appropriate for residential development and it could have 2,000 residential units on it. We want to limit it. So this was the Planning Commission's attempt to try to limit those two sites to what was presented to them at those early hearings way back in 2015 or 16. We could modify or maybe pull out the second paragraph of this, or second section of this, as a separate policy so that it does apply to all future specific plans, if that's the desire.
That is the direction that I would like to go.
So maybe we just make that second section this.
But let's,
as
exactly.
a separate policy. So, yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Other questions? No questions or comments, or everybody wants to change it? Okay, public comment. First up, and this is on text, so if you want to talk about map or changing a map, that will come up next. So be specific to the text we're talking about.
I'm Will Moore in District 5. And it seems what I'm seeing here is in all of development, all of it is assumed to be urban sprawl. There doesn't, in cities, they have smaller less area and they build taller. And I think we should be looking at that kind of development instead of 100% urban sprawl. Anyhow, my objection is to urban sprawl.
Mr. Segal?
Al Segal, Taxpayer Association. We concur with Supervisor Mills' comments about being too specific in the general plan. But to expand on that with some thoughts, a good developer takes into consideration all the needs of human beings, not what some committee thinks those needs should be. And so there needs to be sufficient flexibility so that if a developer on any parcel that is suitable would put together a number of uses like perhaps an office building combined with residential and some commercial, because the human beings that are working there will be able to walk to their home and walk to their to buy food and other things. And this also could apply to light industrial. We need to have the flexibility so that future human beings that want to create something good for people will be able to do it with a minimum amount of red tape and obstacles from government. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Garamendi and members of the board. My name is Tom Hicks, CV Development Partners. We're the proud owners of all of the Castle and Cook former holdings in Copperopolis. So I appreciate Supervisor Mills' comment on the specific plan. In particular, we've spent quite a bit of time at the Planning Commission hearings with Peter, and we asked that the additional 4 parcels be included so that project can be designed in its entirety instead of just leaving other parcels outside of it. So I appreciate the fact that Mr. Maurer included that in there. With respect to the language, I was here at the Planning Commission hearing, and I don't particularly have a problem with the language, but I do agree that it probably should be separated to allow other future specific plans in the county where they're appropriate. One other just general comment on the text is what I saw that was missing was the opportunity to insert something that promotes clustering of density in the county. I didn't see that anywhere in the text, and I think it's a good idea to do that, and I think it can create a much better project when you cluster and leave more open space. So I would ask that the board consider including that in the text. I'll have another comment when you get to the map, but that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I believe in American ingenuity, and I believe that what Supervisor Mills' concerns are and Al's concerns are said much better than I could say it, and I concur with their opinions. And I would hope that you guys would be careful about giving up our freedom.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mike Dorian.
Good
morning, Mike Dorian. Just a question for Mr. Maurer, a clarification statement you made. When in the previous plan, land use was designated as future residential, and you said you put down resource production because of the cost of services, providing services to those parcels. Were any existing lots, like buildable lots, converted to resource production now? He's concentrating on his...
Mike, the way we generally do this is address the board.
Okay.
We'll have a rebuttal at the end, and if we want to ask the staff those questions, but we don't do the Q&A.
Copy that. So you got my question?
Why don't you restate it just so we're all clear?
So Mr. Maurer stated that previous land use designated as future residential was now designated as resource production. And the reasoning for that was the cost of providing services and infrastructure to those parcels. So my question is, were existing parcels, buildable, for example, 1 to 10 acre parcels, are now in a resource production land use designation. So would somebody who had bought parcel 20 years ago going to build on some date, now they can't because the land use has been changed? And the other note that the logic behind that, a lot of people now are building off the grids. There's a lot of, building industry, so you can be completely off the grid. You have a well water, you don't product, you don't, the public is not required to provide infrastructure to these parcels because they can live totally, on their own. So I'm just curious if that is possible under the proposed new plan or not. All right? Gotcha. Probably could have said it better, but that's about as good as I get. Thanks.
Vicki Reinke. I just want to make comments on the land use element. Again, looking at what is being said in this document and then looking at what's been written. So in paragraph 3, the general plan land use element, at the last sentence says, while preserving property rights and addressing the needs of the marketplace. The marketplace is not dictated by government. The marketplace is dictated by people and their need for housing. The developers want to develop. I mean, you can go around saying this is where we're going to put houses, but if there's nobody that wants to develop it, it's not going to happen. And so this is, I guess, obviously you know that I get very concerned about what we're doing to our citizens, what we're doing to our country. So this is just another one of those places where we should have it in our minds that this is an open market that causes development. And it's not us telling people whether they can or not. Now, they would have to come before the Planning Commission if they want to develop something and explain what they want to do, and go through all those processes with the neighbors, making sure that their development looks good. But when we start just restricting property because, I don't know, somebody thinks that's not a good idea because they've got some power, no, this is not right. So that's one of the things I wanted to make a comment about with concerns. And again, our population growth has gone way down. This county does not grow. And this won't make it grow either. This plan is going to make it no growth. Who would come into this county on this plan and try to develop something? They would be crazy to waste their money. So the other thing too, and again in that word shall, there is a lot of encourage in here, which has been good, but there are some shells that are of concern. LU 3.6, development shall adhere to the density, land use intensity, and water and sewage disposal standards. Some of that is okay, but some of it isn't. When you say shall adhere to the density, well, let's see what the density is that they want to develop. Maybe it's something we could live with. So anyway, again, the word shall in this document is of concern. Thank you.
Speaker.
Good morning, Board. Ron Kopp speaking on behalf of the Sanguinetti Ranch, which is the second bullet point up there. Just a couple points. I think it is important that you allow specific plans that allow flexibility and allow the marketplace to look at where you're going. As Peter pointed out, when you have things like community center and residential center, they tend to lock in what you can do with that, and they become very restrictive, and they don't allow the flexibility in design to deal with the tourism-based components and the recreation base and allow the open space and the other pieces of mixed use that you want to tie in to these different projects. So I think it is very important that you provide for specific plans and you provide for the ability to do more specific plans down the road, because I think that's going to allow you to have more flexibility and better development in your county as you go forward. A gentleman mentioned before about infill development. Infill development is important, and both of these projects are surrounded by development in urban areas with high traffic areas by them, tying into water and sewer and other things with it. So it does make sense to look at it from that standpoint. I was also at the Planning Commission when some people brought up some points about some of these different projects, and they said, well, let's go back to the 1996 because that had a lower density. Well, I can tell you when you look at the 1996 general plan for the Sanguinetti Ranch, it actually had significantly higher density, and when you look at a specific plan that ties in some of the additional components components with the recreation and the open space, it ends up being at a lower density, but it's more conducive with cluster development and other things that work better for the project. So I think it does make sense that you go forward with these specific plans and allow flexibility going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker. Marty, come on down.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs. I heard what Planning Director Maurer said about there's still lots of land to be developed. There's still a lot of trees to be cut down too, so there's another side of that. But also, when we're talking about land use, and over the years we've heard unintended consequences over and over and over again. And when you look at the 30,000-foot level, you see something totally different than when we're driving through town. Usually, when we notice development, it's because the traffic has become a little more congested. We go, what happened? Well, people are developing, and more people are coming in. But years ago, Supervisor Terry Bailey said, Marty, there are lots and lots of parcels out there that have been approved that are not yet developed. You won't even recognize Rancho and Valley Springs area once they're developed. And she was absolutely right. And you see that when you come home late in the evening where the lights are on and you go, what happened to my town? It's very shocking. So we've also talked about night skies. People that are new to the area think they're just gorgeous. But if you've been here for 30 years, you know that they're no way near the magnificent that they were 30 years ago because of all the lights. And so we talk about night skies. And it all has to do with our land use development. But we don't talk about the day skies. And recently, I was quite shocked when I was driving out and it just keeps showing all the overhead lines are just crisscrossing everywhere. And it's wild. All you have to do is go look. I don't know what happened. Suddenly there's just more poles, more lines, and they're everywhere. And you can't look up and see the sky hardly without looking through all the lines. Anyway, so please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McManus?
Bill McManus. When I hear words like urban sprawl and things like that, the ghost of Agenda 21 are coming back. That we're supposed to build up and we're supposed to ignore the rural nature of our county. Urban sprawl is what some people may call it. Others may call it a rural lifestyle that they enjoy. And you have to remember that Calaveras County is unique in that we have land where people can come here and enjoy property the way they like it, not 10,000 square foot lots or 3-story buildings or anything else. They want to come here for a specific reason. Calaveras County and other counties like us in the foothills are unique. When you start saying that we're going to control urban sprawl or we're going to require building up, you have changed the general plan from a general plan to a very specific plan. It's going to eliminate all that because it won't conform with the general plan if you want to have a house on 10 acres or 5 acres or whatever the zoning may allow. That's what gave Calaveras County its attraction. That's why people came here. If you wanted to build up, go to Modesto or Turlock or someplace like that. They're already doing it. Obviously, a lot of people want to get out of that environment and come back up here. So I think when you start getting specific and use terms like that, it's not fair to the people who came here for a certain reason. And I don't think it serves us well for the future to attract more people to come here. We don't have to have high-rise buildings to get people to come to Calaveras County. Thank you.
Tom Infacino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. I'm going to direct you to both the very beginning of the element and the very end of the element. Everything in between is fine. We have only 2 suggestions for the land use element. First, implementation LU-1.A. That's it. Implementations are toward the end of the element. That implementation says that on an annual basis, the board will get together and set implementation priorities for the general plan. You don't have, a lot of counties at the end of their general plan have this long list of, here's the 36 things we want to do. We're going to do these in the first 5 years and these in the second 5 years. You don't have that. What this plan does is say, okay, we know you got about 3 dozen things you want to do. Every year you're going to meet and say, which 2 or 3 are we going to do this year? Okay? It's a good idea. At the Planning Commission hearing in May, the planning director was not confident that he could complete a list of staff, time, and financial requirements for each implementation task in the GPU. Please consider hiring some staff or consultant to complete that task. That way, when you sit down as the board on an annual basis to figure out what the priority is for this year, you'll know how much it's going to cost and how long it's going to take and whether you're going to need to hire staff to do it. I think you need that information to make those decisions. So that's my suggestion for LU1-A. At the very beginning of this element, table LU-1 gives the level of building intensity and population density for each land use designation. With climate change, we expect groundwater to be less reliable. On the other hand, state laws are requiring more certainty for water supplies for development. Water supply analyses are required for larger discretionary projects. Groundwater management plans are being completed for groundwater basins. Some counties are looking at managing the number of wells dug. Even our 1996 plan includes a map crudely acknowledging that some areas of the county have more reliable groundwater than others. However, the land use designations in the draft general plan update seem oblivious to these concerns. For example, while we know the groundwater problems experienced on the 20-acre lots in Diamond 20, the rural residential land use designation is allowing groundwater-dependent residential development on parcels just over 5 acres in size. Similarly, commercial recreation resort developments with no minimum parcel sizes and a floor area ratio of 0.25 can be groundwater dependent as well. One way you can deal with this is to limit the density of groundwater dependent development. Another option is to broaden the spectrum of things that need to be served by public water. So we'd hope that you consider those 2 things. Thank you. And on a point of order, real quick.
We don't do points of order from the audience.
We encourage you to put all your cards on the table before so we can comment on them now.
Tom, please, come on. Antoinette?
Anthony Worster from McCallum Hill. I have several concerns. I think all of us have heard about the shortage of affordable housing. And what that means to me is you may want somehow in this general plan to be more resilient in your requirements. You may want to have some land where people can provide their own water, their own septic tank, their own food, and give them a chance. So some of the things you have in here for housing look like they would be quite expensive to do. And the other thing is people come here because they like the way it looks. They like the old buildings. They like the beauty. And they like the fact that there's no traffic signals anywhere hardly. I mean, it's marvelous. And they're not really looking for multi-family, multi-story buildings. And you know, every time you talk about doing things like that, it's more for an urban environment rather than a rural environment. Our real strength for tourism is our rural atmosphere. And I felt really bad when I saw the Tractor Supply go in at Angels Camp, Altaville, and the way they concreted, etc. So I just thought, you know, it doesn't look like the rest of the county. So I think there's a lot of charm in what we have already in our older cities, like San Andreas, McCallum Hill, Angels Camp, Murphy. There's something that draws people to us. They're tired of maybe the traffic in Sacramento. They don't really want to see multi-story buildings. And we always have to remember safety of the public. Do we have fire engines that can accommodate? Do they have ladders that can accommodate additional height more than a two-story building? I don't know, but somebody should be asking those questions. So I'm just thinking that this, to me, seems kind of a little too tight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will?
I'm Will Moore from Rancho Calaveras. I want to rebut a little bit what Bill McGovern was saying. He's talking about a house on 10 acres. Well, most of the influx coming into this county is retired couples. So you're going to have this couple with a house living on 10 acres. So for 100 of them, you're going to have 100 houses on 1,000 acres. Or for 1,000 of them, you're going to have 1,000 houses on 10,000 acres. This kind of development doesn't make sense. For one thing, it's not affordable. There's an affordable housing problem. Most of those people who are coming here, these retired people, are coming because it's affordable, not because they can have a 10-acre rancho of their own. They're mostly here because it's affordable. And, you know, for most of those people, to maintain a 10-acre ranchette is too much maintenance, you know. Just, you could build a 100-unit high-rise on 100 acres and have 100 acres of scenery around the high-rise. Anyhow, I'm not saying that the government should control all of this, but that we could encourage what, forgot what I was going to say, but anyhow, you can't control it, but you could encourage more of this cluster-type development or high-rise development rather than this urban sprawl. The way it is now, the whole thing is 100% urban sprawl. There's no alternative, nothing else. Thank you.
Right. Jack?
Jack Cox.
Jack?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you okay? Okay, go ahead.
I heard the term reinvent the wheel. The other day I read through the study Planning for Prosperity by the Sierra Business Council. I work with them a lot, and it was funded by the Hewlett and Packard Foundation. I would suggest that if you talk about looking at the big picture, they put it together very, very well. I think, Marita, you're familiar with it. Where they basically said our greatest asset is our natural environment, our history, etc., and we need to preserve that. What we need to set up policies that are consistent with economic growth. We can grow the economy. At the same time, we can protect these resources. Gentleman suggested clustering, but I think that report, I would suggest that the board, if you've never read it, reread it, because it really, I hear a lot of people talking about these things. This was debated and put together in the best study I've seen 16 years ago. So it does an excellent job, and I think it's vitally important. We need to understand, if we don't have more people, we can't get more health care. This gentleman just talked about senior citizens moving here. Older men, older women get strokes. If you're not 30 minutes from the hospital, you're going to be not probably going to make it. So we need economic growth to provide for health care, etc. But I just wanted to I was thinking about that study, and I really think you all, if you haven't read it, need to read it, and it ought to be brought into this whole discussion. Thank you.
Right.
Terry McBride, District 2. What about families, you know, that live on 10 acres, 5 acres, have gardens, have play yards and that sort of thing? I respect the seniors' right to move where they want to, but the reality is this county was built on family. We played baseball up in the baseball park and soccer and got every sport under the sun. I sat out and watched my boys play. And you are giving this away to the folks that worked in the city and then wanted to come live in the country in a packed house, stacked. We don't live at that. Go look at El Dorado Hills. Take Latrobe when you do it. We used to drive Latrobe when I was a kid. It's nothing like it used to be. All stack and pack. That's all that it is. That's how people want to live. They don't need to live here. I'd rather see the marijuana grows. I far would rather see acres of marijuana and orchards and farms and ranches instead of stack and pack. Thank you. This is Calaveras County, rural, agriculture. It's meant for families. And do you know what? Those families, the parents work, they spend money generally locally. A lot of the folks that move here from the city, guess where they shop? Generally, not locally. Now we have Tractor Supply. I will not stop in that store. I will not spend one dime because that is not part of our community. So think about this community that we love. Don't be selling out to the folks that want to bring in all the senior citizens. You know, I respect them. They worked hard to get to where they are, but not to change the way that this county is. This is agriculture, it is rural, and this is how we like it. And it has to remain that way because that's what makes it beautiful. And the people that live here, hard-working folks, and that's what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, I'll bring this back to the board. Dennis is the only one that earlier brought forward one item. Is there other items that want to be discussed, or should we, do you want to, let me stop real quick. Do you want to have any rebuttal to any?
Well, not a rebuttal so much as just maybe answer a couple of questions. Mr. Segala brought up the issue of the ability to provide mixed uses, and that's exactly what the community center and historic center does. So it provides a broad range of uses, including residential, commercial, and some light industrial. Mr. Boyan asked about existing lots, and when we get into the map, you'll see that there are, we've tried to base the land use designation on existing logging patterns. We've got, lots of 5 and 10 acre parcels throughout the county, and we've recognized that through the rural transition designation. Any legal lot that's out there will remain a legal buildable lot. That's part of the introduction statement about non-conforming uses. So if you end up with a 5 acre parcel and a working lands designation, that is a legal buildable lot that can be developed, with whatever the zoning allows for that.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back to the board. Dennis is the only one who's put forward an idea so far on this. Is there anybody else who wants to tweak the text? Dennis, you want to add something to your list?
Additionally, and I know it was brought up in public comment about the annual work plan, the general plan review, those kind of things. As I may not have mentioned, but there's almost 100 implementation measures that are going to be required as a result of this general plan that's going to put staff in a whirlwind of trying to determine just what of these is priority and how quickly can we accomplish them. So I'm getting real concerned about, do we want to put ourselves in a position of an annual work plan? Do we want to be able to state very clearly to future boards that you must review the general plan every 5 years? Those kind of statements are, again, tying future boards' hands. That's LU 1.A and 1.B. Again, this goes back to LU 2A, updating the zoning ordinance. It's making it a requirement. Creating a mixed-use zoning, that's requiring. It's LU 2B, not being optional or even at a board discretion. Adopt lighting, a dark sky ordinance, that's going to be a requirement. Adopt landscaping ordinance, that's going to be a requirement. Update the county code on historic commercial. Update the Calaveras County code on signage. Update the code on parking. Adopt standards for buffers and setbacks. It goes on and on. So the implementation side of this is quite intense for the land use piece. So I'm very concerned about that. We're again pushing our staff and pushing ourselves into positions where when we don't accomplish those goals, it's going to leave us open to litigation in the future. So I don't want to be that specific. I think development, if we're going to talk about development, we're saying moving to housing. Really, I think it even goes further than that, because it becomes down to a higher intensity use, period. So if you have grazing lands and you're moving it over to nut farms, or you have grazing land that's moving up to grapes, or whatever it might be, that's a higher intensity use. We should be looking at any kind of higher intensity use in that discussion about what development, what are the requirements that are going to need to be met for that change in use, even though it's really not a change in land use. And that's my comments at this point.
Okay. Supervisor Callaway.
Thank you. I somewhat have to disagree with my colleague. I like the idea of on LU1A that the planning director brings to the board an annual work plan. I think it puts us in the driver's seat. We are the ones that establish the priorities. We are the ones that would make the budget available. We are the ones that would say, gee, if we want those 10 items to be done this year, then we have to provide the resources to the department. No different than all of us ran for election on the general plan's the most important thing. So here we are, up here, finally having this document before us. As for the dark sky ordinance, I can't even begin to tell you how many years ago I asked for a dark sky ordinance. So that better stay in. At least, at least. So I think that the onus in this land use document, one, is upon the board to make decisions. I don't feel in any way that my hands are tied, nor do I feel the community's hands are tied. We can amend the general plan 4 times a year. Am I correct, unless that's changed?
That's correct.
Okay, good enough. So there's opportunities, but I do have a question that came up with a gentleman back there in the yellow shirt and glasses. His first name's Rod or Ron. I can't remember your last name, sir. I apologize. I think it was. No, it wasn't you, but it's
Ron.
close. It's close enough. Forget who brought it up. My question is on clustering. I mean, I like the idea of clustering. So if we go to LU 1.6 and it states 580 total residential and lodging units, would they, under a specific plan, oh, it was Mr. Hicks. Thank you, I remember now. Okay. Would they be allowed to cluster?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so clustering would be allowed.
There's nothing that prohibits clustering. I thought that there was language in here that actually encourages, as I recall, the Planning Commission took out the word clustering, but they
Community
wanted
center.
to keep
Community center is what I read throughout the plan, which would push it to more densely populated areas while still providing people with their working land and other parcels to develop outside that, as long as they were in compliance with the requirements.
But even someone that's not within a community center, if there's, a rural subdivision and you have, 100 acres with 5-acre minimum parcel size, you got 20 parcels. You could put those 20 parcels on 1-acre parcels and leave the remaining 80 acres in, a larger open space lot. That kind of clustering is still, allowed, it's encouraged. If we want to add some language to make that more explicit, we certainly can. And I'm trying to remember where it was exactly in the text, but I thought there was language that talked about
2B, yeah.
4.4, thank you. Encourage clustering of residential development where appropriate, and we could, change that to just encourage clustering of development. It doesn't have to be limited to residential, if that's, something the board desires. But so we do encourage clustering, and there's a variety of benefits. It reduces cost of infrastructure. It protects resources. There could be a part of the property that's just unsuitable for development, and you could move away from that. So there's a variety of reasons why we want to keep that in there.
Okay. Another issue that was raised on future specific plans. I thought the document addresses that. I didn't see why we couldn't. It says future specific plans are expected to, et cetera. That's under LU 1.6. I didn't see a need for us to expand on that anymore. Those are my comments
I've got,
so far.
on my list, I've only got one specific ask for change from Dennis earlier. A lot of general comments, but there's, Maria, I want to just check with you too if there's specific items so we can move through the checklist.
I think I would look at LU 4.4, where it says encourage clustering, is if you tell someone that, for instance, in this case of LU 1.6 of the 580 units, that if they cluster, they still have 580 units total, it's not an encouragement to cluster. I mean, how would we change the verbiage so that we give them an incentive, if that's the goal, to cluster without causing them to, in essence, push all of their housing into one spot?
So are you proposing a
So,
change
yes,
in
how
the
would we,
words for
right.
4.4?
For 4.4.
Okay. Are
So
you-
4.4 is a general policy.
Right.
And I'm looking at, we've got two implementation measures, that 2A and 2E, that talks about how we would encourage. So 2E directs us to adopt standards that fits with cluster development. So it would be through the zoning code and through those kind of standards that we would actually come up with the specific measures that would provide that encouragement. It could be a density bonus, it could be reduced, fees, something, whatever we might come up with at that point in time. Rather than try to get into that level of detail here at the general plan, we're saying, as a policy, we want to encourage development. To do so, we're going to adopt these new standards that work, and we'd have to work with the development community to come up with what's going to be sufficient encouragement to provide, to make them want to, not make them want to, but to have the desire to do more clustering.
I guess the goal to me should be, instead of the word encourage, might be to change the word to incentivize in some way. I mean, if we use the word incentivize, then it will drive us through a policy to trying to find incentives to clustering. So that would be my only request, is to change the word to incentivize.
Okay. I've got that one down.
Thank you.
I think when addressing things like this and just sticking to one thing and then thinking about incentivizing it, you have to read the document in its entirety, because other parts start to address these incentives. Like if you refer to LU3C, cooperation with special districts and agencies, to basically to assess the availability and capacity of public facilities and services for future development. So at this point, if we were working with special agencies, how are we going to best provide these services to this falls in hand in hand with clustering, because more agencies are able to facilitate services at a cheaper rate if infrastructure isn't stretched out 5 acres apart. There's a substantial cost to that. So I understand where Mr. Mills is going, but I don't think we as a county should be giving for someone else to develop their property. They should fall within these confines that are set before us. So I don't want to start providing incentives.
Well, let's see whether there's interest on this board and
Okay.
to discuss that. Ben, do you have any specific items you'd like to address?
A lot of the stuff's been brought up already, but also with regional planning and cooperation, LU 6A, the only entity it talks about is Angels Camp. And I think that should be, the wording should be more inclusive, whether it be District 2 and working with CPUD or other special districts. I think that should be included in that, just because it does take that cooperation, and then you refer back to LU3C, and it does address it there, but I think it needs to be addressed further with the regional cooperation, because maybe it's already stated before, so maybe I'm going over, but.
Peter, is that, do you understand Mr. Stopper's point?
Yeah, so rather than just narrow the focus of regional planning and cooperation, we need to broaden that to look at other agencies that provide service. This was specifically addressing the fact that we do have an incorporated city in the county. There's a sphere of influence that is adopted through LAFCO that says it's still in the county, but it's expected over time to become part of the city. And so we have a very unique relationship between the city and the county on this issue. Under the public facilities and services element, there are a number of policies that address cooperation, be it fire districts, water districts, sewer districts, and other special districts. So I think it's addressed sufficiently.
All right.
This is, I think, unique to that issue of
So there's no reason to reciprocate it here because it's addressed elsewhere?
I don't think it's necessary. It probably would harm to expand that to other agencies, but I think it's addressed elsewhere.
It's in the public safety element.
So maybe I should suggest not necessarily staying, but other agencies as needed, or,
I would not
No?
necessarily change that measure if there's a desire to add another measure that talks about regional cooperation.
Maybe I'm overthinking
We'll poll
it
and
then.
see what the interest is if we need to add that. Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yeah, I got a couple things here. But the first comment I want to make is Supervisor Callaway, 4 times a year. This took 12 years to get here. 4 times a year.
Peter, are we, what is?
So an amendment to the plan is certainly different than rewriting the whole darn thing. The land use element can be amended 4 times a year. There are other general or government code requirements on other elements, but as a sort of general rule, 4 times a year you can amend the general plan.
At this point, the only thing I have is on LU2F. We're in parentheses, we're requiring, we should evaluate for long-term employment versus constructions, which is in parentheses. I would like to strike that entirely.
Which section, Supervisor?
Well, there's two LU2Fs that we have in our package here that was given to. One of them just says long-term versus construction jobs, but the other one says long-term employment versus construction job. I don't see the necessity for having that in there at all.
So you would propose striking out everything within the parentheses?
Strike that completely out. I don't see the need for it.
Okay, if it's all right with you guys, let's go through this poll and see where everybody else. We'll go bottom to top. Supervisor Toffenelli is proposing striking the term long-term versus construction jobs, which sits in parentheses in LU2F. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Maurer, why, is there a specific reason that that's in there?
That was language proposed by the Planning Commission. My understanding was that, they want to look at the long-term economic benefits as opposed to the short-term benefits of, construction jobs that, once a project is done, those jobs go away. That was the concern.
Thank you.
So what's the support level for removing that term? Supervisor Stopper?
I support that.
Supervisor Mills?
I support it.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Yes, so if you'll strike that, we have first change, LU2F, striking long-term versus construction jobs, the section in between the parentheses. Supervisor Stopper, you're okay with the agency discussion that we had?
Yeah.
Okay. So Supervisor Mills, your first request was on LU 1.6, removing the paragraph on future specific plans, which I believe...
No, it's more to adding or amending to add a LU 1.7, if that would be the more appropriate thing, so that when it starts, future specific plans are expected to include, that we would have that as a new element.
Okay, let me check. What is the, do you want to...
So as I understand it, this land use policy 1.6 talks about the specific policies, and then there's a more general statement at the end of it. And you're suggesting that that become a separate policy and numbered LU 1.7.
Correct.
Is there any material?
I don't see any concern with that. I think that in a way it provides a broader scope of, it's not just specific to these two potential projects, but it would apply to any other specific plan, and there's no reason why we wouldn't want to look at those with other specific plans. So I think it makes sense.
So let me articulate this. We will take everything that starts at future specific plan under LU 1.6, break it down to LU 1.7. Correct. The full board, Supervisor Toffenali?
We would have to change the remaining 1.6 and add the verbiage LU-2F to it. Is that correct, Mr. Maurer? Because we have two, would apply, but we would, in order to make this correct, we need to add that verbiage in 1.6.
Yeah.
Also the missing APNs.
Yes.
Yes, and also the...
Okay, so...
So I would support it.
Including the amendment and
the 4 APNs.
Four missing APNs.
LU2F.
LU2F goes at the bottom of LU 1.6 at the bottom of 1.7. Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills, obviously yes. Supervisor Callaway? Yes. There we go. You had...
We would need to make a comparable amendment to measure LU2F that also refers back to 1.7.
Yeah. Correct.
You need that.
That's what you were...
Tie them together.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Let me move on. Supervisor Mills suggested LU 4.4, changing the term encourage to incentivize. You still want to propose that, Supervisor Mills?
Yes, sir.
All right. Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toffenali?
No.
Fails to move forward. With that, I believe we have...
Where would you vote?
I
No,
wouldn't
just
vote for it.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
You wanted it on record, didn't you?
You want me on record?
On record,
You
yeah.
can call for a roll call if you want. Sorry about that, Marita. I'll be sure to jump in there. I do not mind being on the record. So that should wrap up the text part of the land use.
So just so I'm clear, no misunderstanding, we're amending policy LU 1.6 to split that into two policies and adding the four parcels that were missed from the Planning Commission, as well as making sure the reference to the implementation measures on both policies. And then we have a change to measure LU2F. We're striking the words in the parentheses, long-term versus construction jobs, and we're adding the reference to the new policy. Or is there anything else that I missed?
Yeah, yes, and I have one correction.
Okay.
The correction would be on page LU23 as LU5E,
5D?
5E Echo.
Okay.
It speaks to the Calaveras Economic Development Company. It's no longer active.
So let's do a quick poll. Everybody okay with striking that? All right, it seems...
It's a moot point.
We'll stay consistent.
What is the...
Striking the term economic development company as it, Calaveras Economic Development Company as it no longer exists.
I'm fine with that. No
Supervisor
longer.
Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
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 Got it? All right, we've got 20 minutes. Can we do the maps?
I suppose we can
By
get
lunch?
started. I doubt that we'll be able to finish all the public comment by that
Or what do you
time.
guys want to do? Take lunch early or try to get this started?
Try and get it started.
Very good.
And we could ruminate over lunch.
We'll ruminate over lunch, yes. Mr. Maurer? Take us forward.
Okay. So the land use map, where the rubber hits the road, at least as far as individual property owners are concerned. We have identified, we talked about the different land use designations. As you can see by this map, we have a very scattered lotting pattern, and we have tried to identify those areas that are already developed and recognize that those are there. There's no intention of trying to say, oh, those parcels are no longer valid. We want to try to consolidate those. Those are legal parcels, vested with the ability to use it under the Constitution of the United States, and we're certainly not going to violate that. What we have done, however, is that we've looked at where is the best areas that we can support new development, where is the infrastructure, where are our sensitive lands, and put appropriate designations where there are. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I won't get into a lot of discussion. There were two corrections I wanted to make, and let me go to another page. One area, and I just noticed this the other day as we were talking about a potential project. Let me shrink that down a little bit so we can see it. At Toyon, and I'm really not sure the genesis of this, but I noticed just the other day that on the north side of the highway, the intersection there, the land use designation is commercial for a number of the parcels, even though it's all currently zoned M4. I don't know why that is the case, and I think this should be changed to industrial to reflect what's already out there. Most of these, or some of these parcels are already developed. In fact, if I go down to the next page, you can see the sites that are already developed. This parcel here, which is the large PG&E substation, is designated as resource production and is currently zoned unclassified. I would include that in this change as well. That's the PG&E. Clearly an industrial use. Because of the existing zoning, the types of impacts associated with industrial and commercial on the sort of the broad scale of amount of traffic generated, the kind of disturbance that would occur, will not adversely affect the analysis done in the EIR. So I think this is more of a correction than it is a significant change. We're not identifying new land that say we want to put some new industrial development out here. I think that even though not all the parcels are currently developed, that this essentially reflects what has been the case. We have a existing industrial subdivision approved several decades ago, and so that is one change I would recommend that we do as a correction. And there may be some history here that I'm not aware of. This part of the map was actually prepared before I came on, and it just was something that I overlooked in reviewing the maps.
Ms. Tuffield, if your district, you seem like you have some information.
Can you tell me, in our current Title 17, what the setback on commercials is, commercial property?
It varies.
It varies?
And I know where you're going on this.
Is it 50 feet? I don't think in commercial it's...
The M4 zone has a 50-foot front setback. The setback for other industrial zones is 30 feet. The setback for commercial varies from zero setback, depending on how you address the fire safety. I don't want to get involved in a specific project, but we will address that. I think we're working on a solution to what the concern you have about a specific project in this area that I think we can resolve. But it just seems like, given the uses that are out there, to designate this commercial is creating non-conforming uses. And I think that was something that was brought up by someone in the public previously, that we don't want to do that. And so I would recommend that we change these parcels that are currently designated as commercial to industrial. The other change is just simply a mapping error that was made with the Planning Commission changes. This is at the south end of, let me can out a little bit here. Sort of the south end of Forest Meadows. It used to be a part of Forest Meadows Unit 3, I think, which has since expired. The owner brought it forward to the Planning Commission. We have an existing approved boundary line adjustment where some of these parcels, it entails a much larger area. But these 3 parcels were mapped as rural transition A, and they should have been rural transition B. And so this is what the Planning Commission recommended. It was just an error when we were doing the update to the map. And so these 3 parcels here should be B, not A. And so those are the 2 changes that I would like to do, is essentially map corrections as opposed to wholesale change to the land use map. Supervisor Mills.
Is the parcel owner aware?
He has specifically requested this, and in fact emailed me this morning saying, "Are you going to make that correction for me?" And
I just
yes.
want to be sure that the
Yes.
parcel owner was aware. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Do you have any comments before we go to public comment? All right. We will still break for lunch. So if you have comments on the map. Sorry, Susan. We are still going to break at noon for lunch. So if you have comments on the map and you are not going to be able to return after lunch, and you can work with your neighbors, it'd probably be courteous to let those folks go ahead if you can return. If not, we'll just go in order of people standing, and at noon I'll pull the plug. So we've got about 12 minutes, so we'll see how many people we get through. Ma'am, you'd be first.
Susan Hardenbrook. I'm in Murphy's, and I'm also in District 2. In 2017, I believe, I didn't learn about it until 2018, the assessors changed my parcels from 2 into 1. And so I see it on here still as being 2, and then there's mixed use. I was wondering why. The question is, are we using the current assessor's maps when we're doing this, or we're using ones from 2016 or 2003 when we got started? That's my question, because my current property has been put, 2 of the parcels that were separated have been put into 1, and it's still specified here as 2. And I've got working lands and I've got resource production on different parts of my single parcel. Thank you.
Mark?
Mr. Chair, would you like me to address some specific questions like that?
No.
No? Okay, I'll wait.
At the end, we'll have a rebuttal, in which case we can pick those up.
Good morning. My name's Weber San Andreas. I'm here representing Tom and Rhonda Hurd and Sharon McLaughlin, who have a request for a land use classification. First, I'd like to express my thanks that I'm not up there on the Board of Supervisors having to deal with this issue. Thank you for your duty there. My English teacher would be thrilled to death how you have to deal with the language issues that have come before you today. Now, specifically, the request I'm making on behalf of the property owners, apologize for the tardiness. One of them, the Hurds, just recently purchased the property, and the other one, Sharon McLaughlin, is an absentee owner, and there was no change proposed in the land use element, so she wasn't aware of the change. The recent fire a couple years ago has adversely affected this industrial property, and currently at this time all of the mining equipment has been removed from the property. The current use has been grazing of cattle. It's currently zoned, or land use classification is industrial. On July 23rd, we sent a letter to the board on the owner's behalf asking you to change the classification to resource production. The current use and historical use is consistent with uses allowed under that designation. And so we ask that you consider a change from industrial to resource production. That specific use that's allowed in that land use classification is mineral resource production, which has been the historical use on one of the 120-acre parcels of this property. The total property comprises a little over 900 acres, and the current owner would like to market it. There's not much market for industrial property, and again, the historical use and current use is consistent with the requested change to RP. The infrastructure that served that industrial area is falling in a state of decay. We recently had to repair the bridge over Calaveras Road because of just age. It's an old, beautiful timber structure, and so that too is justification to maybe lower the potential intensity of use out there. The owners are prepared to work with the county staff on a compatible zoning, and we very much appreciate your consideration of a change from industrial to the resource production classification.
Thank you very much. Peter, if you could help keep track of each of these individual risks, a little imperfect.
The one that you were talking about on Highway 12, that they want to change from commercial to industrial, isn't that where Toyon Middle School is also at? No? Well, then I don't have a problem with it.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Chair, fellow board members. My name is Diane Kinderman with the law firm of Abbott and Kinderman. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have some letters I'd like to pass out. May I approach and do so? Can I have an extra minute since this is cutting into my speaking time?
No. No.
So I represent the Brunker, yes. This, oh. Push. Is that correct now? Oh, all righty. Thank you. So I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Brunker Land and Cattle Company and the Brunker family. And the property that we are interested in, it's attachments or exhibits 1 and 2 to the letter. It's a fairly short letter that you've got only 4 pages, and there are 3 attachments to it. So the location of the property is just in the southwestmost corner of the county, and it is to the west of Lake Tulloch, which is why it's such an important property for future growth. It is currently designated future single-family residential, and it's proposed for the resource production designation, and we are requesting that that not be designated resource production, and alternatively, we came up with some others. If it could not stay in future single-family, we are requesting that it be designated either rural residential, future specific plan, rural transition B. And there's 3 reasons that we're requesting the property not be designated rural resource production. So first is that it's the future single family or one of the other 3 are truly the appropriate designations for this property from a sheer land use and planning standpoint. There's already development adjacent to the property, the Copper Cove project, Saddle Creek project, Tuscany Hills project, so there is a natural availability of necessary infrastructure, including water, sewer, and power. So it really is an appropriate area for future development in the county, not to be maintained as resource production. The second reason for this is that this property's been in their family for 75 years. It's a very valuable business asset of this family. They have done future planning, family planning, around the ownership of this property, and anticipation of future development. And this designation as resource production completely unravels this tapestry of family planning for the future on this property. And the third reason that we think this designation is not appropriate is that...
I'm sorry, Ms. Ketterman.
I cannot finish?
No, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. If you have
Thank
any
you.
questions, you know where to find us. We can answer those.
Okay, we have
Thank
4
you.
minutes left. We'll get 2 more people. You guys can flip coins back there. And then we'll break to lunch, and we'll pick this up again after lunch. And we are keeping track of these requests, which we'll circle back on after our discussion. Sir?
Hello, Board. My name is Chester Murphy, and my family has a property we've owned in the Copperopolis area from first we purchased it in 1913. We have 27 parcels there. And first of all, I just wanted to talk on the woodlands, the harvest woodlands. My dad, my grandmother, they lived in Telegraph City, and they said there was a time when, as far as they could see, you wouldn't see a tree because when the mines were going, they cut and harvested all the trees around there. So all that's come back within my dad's lifetime. So I just wanted to mention that. But anyway, our property is next to the Diamond 20. We've had the same zoning as the Diamond 20 has since it was built, so a little over 50 years. And because of that, we've had some infrastructure that's been put in there. When they realigned the Highway 4, they took the area for intersection and overpass. They built the on-off ramp on one side of it there, but that was in the planning. It's not in the Williamson Act. The property has never been in the Williamson Act. And then there's fiber and conduit in the ground, a couple thousand feet of it. We have 5 pool boxes. We got a will serve from Calaveras Telephone about 10 years ago. They were going to put a water system into the Diamond 20. They were going to put a 12-inch and a 6-inch that was going to come into our property. And at that time we got a serve. We were going to look like that project was going to go at that time. They were getting some money from Redevelopment Act, and that may come back around. And then there's 4 roads stubbed into from the Diamond 20 that would give a connection, another access out for emergency. And we have PG&E power on the property now. And, the way it is now is we've had a rural residential zoning there for 50 years, and now the proposal is to make it resource production. So, we're talking about clustering. There isn't anything to, incentivize us. If that goes forward, we have 27 lots there, and they'll continue to be there. But I asked the board to keep the 5-acre residential zoning that we've had for the last 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. Last speaker, and then we will break for lunch. Sir?
Greg Meyer from Copperopolis regarding Copperopolis and again the Copper Valley Ranch area. The Planning Commission at their last general plan update meeting discussed revising the land use downgrade to resource production for the proposed Copper Valley Ranch area. I believe primarily because of the I think inaccurate information from public comment that the EIR would be affected or invalidated. The designation was left unchanged. The land use designation for this property should be returned to a designation similar to single-family residential that exists now and existed when the Copper Valley Ranch project application for development was submitted in 2006. A rural transition designation or something similar would be reasonable. It is inappropriate to change the land use designation when an application for development has been submitted and delayed because of the general plan update process, in my opinion. It has been 13 years or more, which has created hardships for many, as you all know. The owner of the property have expressed their intent to move forward with development of this project with a more scaled back, lower density community buffering version. The Bunker family ranch, which owns a portion of the property, has a 79-year history of ownership. Copper Valley Partners purchased their portion of the property from Castle and Cook with the intent to develop. Castle and Cook has passed on years of work on this project that represent millions of dollars of investment. This gives added value to property which, because of its unique characteristics, is already a valuable property. Waterfront property at Lake Tulloch has the uniqueness of being one of the few areas where waterfront homes can be built on shoreline with improvements such as private boat docks. This area encompasses miles of developable shoreline that run from Tuscany Hills to Tulloch Dam and on to Goodwin Dam. It has been targeted for development for many years because of the current land use designation and being adjacent to residential neighborhoods, water, sewer, and power, as you've already heard. Resource production land use designation identifies this land as primarily used for agricultural operations, as you know, such as grazing. My wife, son, and I have led in waterfront real estate sales at Lake Tulloch for years, and I can verify that grazing land has a fraction of the value of waterfront property. The resource production designation, with layers of punitive, in my opinion, mitigation, would create an unfair situation for this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. With that, we stand at recess until 1:30. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. We are continuing the hearing on the general plan update on today, July 30th. We broke off in public comment. Marty Crane, you were standing in line, so if it's all right with everybody, she should be able to go first. Marty, you have 3 minutes.
So I recall lots of discussion about a potential business, a piece of property that was really suffering for many years at the corner of where the Calaveras Unified Bus section is, and there's that entrance to the left. The 26 turns off and goes to the left, and then you come on up this way to San Andreas. But there's another entrance and ingress and egress just past that, which is very dangerous, going in and coming out. And between these two driveways, there is an old historic barn, and then on the other side of the first driveway, there is a big water tower. So I remember the person wanting to divide that property and put a dispensary business in there, had tried all kinds of things before, and they were all unsuccessful because of all of that. And they were told that they couldn't do that because it was a dangerous intersection. So we talked about it a lot back then, and I noticed that there's a for sale sign on the property with the barn and maybe one where the water tower is, I don't know. But I'm thinking, is this an opportunity to address that? Because I know that the woman that owns that building there has sunk a lot of money into that, trying to divide it, finally selling off a piece of it or something. But to not be able to utilize that property because of the dangerous intersection, when really, I think the solution is fairly simple, especially now that the property is for sale. If they blocked off that dangerous ingress there, ingress and egress, and just create a little driveway from back where they are over to where the buses come in and out, and everybody uses the same driveway, which is far safer. Anyway, I'd like us to, I don't know if this is the right time to talk about it, but I want to make sure we don't forget about that moving forward. Thank you.
Speaker, sir.
Honorable Supervisors, Chairman Garamendi, my name is Dennis Bullock. I live in Oak Ridge Subdivision in Mountain Ranch, District 2, and I have a question of the big map shows us now that I'm going to be resource production. I own 130 acres, and I bought there in 1979, 40 years ago. The subdivision was recorded as rural residential. The other half of the subdivision that are 20 acre pluses are working lands. So I was just wondering, is there any way that you can leave that subdivision the way it was, rural residential? Because I don't care about commercial growing next to me. There's already 2 applications in for commercial cannabis, A1, that'll be done in 2 days, that goes before the Planning Commission. So I was just wondering if that map, I own lot, if you're on it.
That's exactly where it is.
I'm on lot 4, and 6, I own those. It's a total 100 and, I'm south of M24. But the point is, it was recorded in the county, and the state has the recording also of it was a subdivision, and it was, everybody bought there, because there we go. Right there, yes. The yellow is the people that are 20 acres plus, and the people above it are 40 acres plus. I bought 2 lots, like I said, in 1979. But what's happening now is this changing it to this resource production. Those people in there, there's about 4 of them that were growing pot legally with their permits, and now they want to change their stuff to A1. Like I said, the application's in the planning department processing right now. So, and there's no hiding about it. They said they want to grow commercial cannabis, and I don't particularly care about commercial anything where I live. So that's what I'm doing, is trying to protect my property rights. And if you can put that puppy back to rural residential, that would eliminate them from being able to go to A1 commercial, that subdivision. Point is, we bought it, like I said, 40 years ago, because it was rural residential. I wanted big property, put a house in the middle of it. I've been retired for 10 years, and now we got this to contend with again. The last time, the general plan was to try to make all of that 5 acre parcels, and we had to contest that also. So there it is, my 3 minutes probably up. Thank you. Please take it back to RR, or leave it alone is what I'm asking. And the main thing is, as somebody said in the newspaper 2 years ago, you won't allow cannabis growing in a rural residential area. Mr. Tofanelli, it's in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If the folks that have specific requests, don't run out of the room. We may have questions when we get going, when we start going down the list. Thank you very much, Mr. Pollock.
Good afternoon. Ralph Copeland, Copperopolis, CPC. Before lunch, I became hungry because I was watching Copperopolis being carved up like a carving station. Regarding our rural lifestyle, as in moving next to an airport, moving here as a senior, you must know what you're getting into. To that, my wife and I have both had meta flights in helicopters. Don't forget, you're building the boilerplate for Calaveras County's future. Don't forget the folks who elected you. You have a responsibility to this electorate, not the promise of development. So, while you're reviewing the presentation by Mr. Maurer and his department, what you're doing is saying it's okay to include a particular sentence or paragraph or map because we can change it, in this case, 4 times a year. So when in review, err in favor of the little guy, the regular resident. We don't have the funding to propose and fight for a general plan change 4 times a year, every year in and out. Because it's going to be like a replay in sports. You're going to need conclusive evidence to overturn a decision. This is where you'll be hanging your hat, Mr. Tofanelli, that we took 23 years to create a general plan, which even makes it tougher to change the general plan as we move into the future. Basically, what I'm saying is don't forget the residents, the single families, the renters, and again, the seniors. Don't forget our voice.
Good afternoon. Tom Hicks again, CV Development Partners. On July 25th, I submitted a comprehensive letter to the board regarding my concerns on the land use designation for the 1,770-acre parcel known as the Copper Valley Ranch. Hopefully all of you have had an opportunity to review it. My letter is quite specific as to the unique planning history of the property dating back to before the general plan update process began. A development application was filed in July of 2006 and deemed complete by the county in March of 2007 for a large master plan community by Castle & Cook. Castle & Cook spent over $3 million on various studies and engineering. Additionally, as noted, the property is within the service area of the CCWD and just over a half a mile from the CCWD facility in Copperopolis, and has nearly 2 miles of frontage on Lake Tulloch. As stated in my letter, our ownership has no interest in pursuing a large master plan on the site. However, the proposed land use designation of resource production would only allow between 11 and 44 homes on the 1,770-acre parcel. And under resource production, it would require 40 to 160-acre parcels that would utilize the entire site. As I mentioned earlier, it's our goal to cluster development and create the largest amount of open space. For example, if you created 100 homes on 200 acres, you'd have over 1,500 acres of open space that could be deemed dedicated open space, either with a conservation easement or a deed restriction. We believe the land use designation of rural transition is a fair compromise from the current 1996 plan, general plan of FSFR5. We would also propose to cluster that development on that same parcel. Because my letter was rather extensive, I'm here before you to answer any questions you may have regarding our request. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Garamendi, board members. My name is Robert Brunker. I'm representing Rancheria del Rio Stanislaus, LLC, and Brunker Land and Cattle, LLC. On May 6th of this year, my family celebrated 79 years of ownership of our property that is in Calaveras County and Stanislaus County. We have been operating a beef cattle grazing business the entire 79 years. When the new Tulloch Dam was completed in the late 50s, we suddenly had a very substantial amount of property that bordered the newly created lake. That's about the time my father looked at that and said, this is going to be valuable someday. I'm going to hang on to it. As we granted flow easements in consideration of future development potential, we were aware that this portion of the property had very good potential for future development. This property we have owned for 79 years has always had future single-family residential 5-acre land use designation. We have, for 79 years, had the option for development with the future family residential 5-acre land use designation. Option's a big deal. We have been paying taxes every year on property with this designation. To put a land use designation such as you're proposing on our property at this time would make our goals and intentions much harder or impossible to realize, and would set us back decades of what we've been planning. This would also devalue our property very significantly. So in summary, we do not agree or desire to have our parcels in Calaveras County land use reduced to resource production or any other lesser designation from what we currently have. Per your land use descriptions on your website, it appears that Rural Transition B, RTB, is the closest to what we currently have, and to me would be a compromise because it's 5 to 10 and not 10 acres. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you for listening.
Board recognizes former County Supervisor Russ Thomas. and CCWD board member.
Thank you, Chairman Garamendi and supervisors, and Mr. Albert Alt, I just met this morning. What is being passed out there is kind of a recap of 3 years of intense effort on the part of the Board of Supervisors to convince the Bureau of Reclamation to include a recreation component in their recreation management plan. It goes from the most recent thing, which you'll see it has my signature on it in December of 2009. Gary, you voted for this, and Marita, you also voted for this. So the subject we're talking about here is maps, and I'm very disappointed that in the map on LU11 is completely silent on the recreation component that we pitched to the citizens of Copperopolis and also to the Bureau of Reclamation. And incidentally, they did comply with our request, and they did leave the door open with specific language that said that they would not be responsible financially for any recreational improvements there. But what we were arguing for was always just to replicate the land plan at Tuttletown and just flip it over and put it on an appropriately located spot in the Texas Charlie Gulch. And it's really remarkable that the Texas Charlie Gulch is 3.5 miles from O'Byrne's Ferry Road, and the Tuttletown launch facility is also 3.5 miles from Highway 49. So, the proximity is equal, and we never intended for this to be an overnight camping area with a full-blown marina and everything. We just thought that it would be very appropriate for Copperopolis to have access to New Melones instead of continuing year by year by year to further impact Lake Tulloch. I can tell you, I've got a very nice boat parked in my parking lot at my house that I don't put on Lake Tulloch because it's far too crowded on the weekend. I would, however, take it to New Melones if I could take it 3.5 miles and get it into the water. This, to me, has always represented a very like low-hanging fruit for Calaveras County to take advantage of that wonderful 12,000-acre surface area reservoir. The Bureau of Reclamation promised that there would be 3 million 3 million visitors to that facility that they were building, and we proved through the research that there had never been more than 800,000 people that had attended. So my specific request is do not overlook this opportunity. Change the map and change the language, please.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Cox.
I would totally concur with what Russ Thomas said. Years ago, the Sheriff's Office looked at Lake Tulloch. It found it could safely handle 116 boats at one time. They've counted as many as 190. And that was the whole purpose of this road for 10 years. We've been trying to get that thing, or maybe 20, that would take that burden off the lake. For more than 20 years, through the Lake Tulloch Alliance, many of us in Lake Tulloch Basin and Copperopolis have been involved with efforts to protect and enhance Lake Tulloch as our most important asset. Tabletop Mountain that powers over our lake has dramatic cliffs and grassy hills. They greet literally thousands of visitors when they come down the hill from into Lake Tulloch, many of them from around the world after visiting Yosemite. In the memo I sent you last week, we noted that a major 900-acre potential development is included in the general plan. The land is on the lake at the foot of Table Mountain and the Stanislaus River at the bridge. We addressed this same issue before the Planning Commission in 2016 in the general plan review. We believe then and now that a proposal to create a 950-acre destination resort on Lake Tulloch and Tabletop Mountain is a bad idea. The proposal includes 900 single-family homes, 550 fractional units, 350 lodging units, 100-space RV park, 70,000 square feet in commercial space, marina facilities on the shoreline for boating access, tennis courts, large estate homes, and a golf course. We believe such a project is inappropriate on these lands. The development would destroy and damage the viewshed of Table Mountain and Lake Tulloch. We need to maintain the last open space on the Lake Tulloch Canyon and the river, along the river beyond the bridge. 70,000 square feet of commercial approaching 2,000 homes adjacent to the bridge is crazy. We don't need a marina for more boats on Lake Tulloch. Development is important to improve our quality of life, but it shouldn't have a negative impact. It's critical to protect Table Mountain and Lake Tulloch. I agree with Mr. Maurer. Does the development, is it appropriate? We have adequate land in the more than 23,000 acres in Copperopolis that is much more suitable to development with adequate water, sewer, roadways, etc. We're not anti-growth, but pro-growth. If growth is done in the right way, and this isn't the right way. In Copperopolis, we need better sub-public services, we need health care facilities, shopping, and restaurants. We need housing with smaller square foot homes that are more affordable. We have no senior care and residential facilities, what Ralph Copeland just talked about. He's right. We need to think about seniors. We have a growing senior population. Healthcare is particularly important to this group. A growing population will bring more revenue to the county and private business and to the county itself. So these services and facilities can be built and operate. Without growth, they won't be, and the public won't be served. We request that you change the land designation on this parcel and support a balanced general plan. I know everybody else arguing against it, but in this case, it's a bad idea to try to develop this pristine land into some kind of a vacation resort. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no, Al.
Al Sagala, Taxpayer Association. We agree with Russ Thomas that that would be just a blessing, not only for the county, but for the Copperopolis area to have that westerly boat launch on New Maloney's. Thank you.
Okay, if we have more speakers, if you guys could line up, it speeds up the process.
Tom Infacino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. A couple of things. We've heard some people asking for the RTA and RTB land use designations, Rural Transition A, Rural Transition B, and they want them on raw land. If you read the descriptions of those, they're not appropriate on raw land. RTA is for existing rural neighborhoods. RTB is for historic rural residential subdivisions. What it is they have these existing subdivisions on the map, so they had to give them some designation. They don't want more of those, but they had to acknowledge that designation, so they created RTA and RTB. It's not for applying to raw land. The second thing is, well, could I go to working lands? You could go to working lands. The problem with that, though, is if you're going from something that's grazing land now and you designate it as working land now, that project may not happen for a long time. But what you will have lost is the opportunity to get any mitigation for the loss of that rangeland. The rangeland mitigation only applies to the resource production lands. So if they're resource production now and they don't have a project in front of you now, leave them resource production. There'll be an opportunity to bring that forward when they actually have a project. And then you can make the general plan change and the zone change at that time. And that's kind of where the Planning Commission was on a lot of these. Thank you.
Sir. Good afternoon. Ron Kopf, speaking on the Sanguinetti parcel that was just mentioned. This 913-acre portion of the Sanguinetti Ranch is well located to provide one of the best infill destination resort locations in the county. Specific reasons for requesting that the general plan land use designation be left as proposed in your current proposed general plan, as opposed to the previous general plan that allowed 3,722 homes when you looked at the different designations. This is a mixed-use project that's substantially less in density. The property has frontage and direct access from Burns Ferry Road and very desirable frontage on Lake Tulloch and the Stanislaus River. Approximately 2.4 miles of the 913 fronts on Burns Ferry Road, which is a main circulation corridor through the county. In addition to good road access, this property has access to water and sewer. CCWD has adequate water rights and commitments. The proposed uses for housing and densities are compatible with the adjacent Poker Flat neighborhood to the west. The resort and recreation components will enhance tourism and provide economic development and job creation. The Calaveras County General Plan approved in 1996 designates the land for development. Some portions of the site adjacent to Burns Ferry Road are designated for community center, residential center, and the balance of the site is designated for future single-family residential. The 913 acres has never been in the Williamson Act, nor has this land ever been not slated for development. The conceptual mixed-use resort plan will still require a great deal of additional study and approvals as part of the future EIR and entitlement process. If the general plan removes or downgrades the proposed specific plan land use designation, the 913 acres of the ranch, it will have a very detrimental effect on the time and effort needed to undertake any future planning. Mixed-use resort communities generate less traffic than the county standard of 10 car trips per day because of the proposed on-site amenities and uses provide opportunities for guests and residents to walk to various uses and spend more time on the property. The location of this ranch also provides outstanding views, natural features, and amenities that are incorporated in the open space. So please retain it in your specific plan as it's designated. Thank you.
Thank you. Shrinky?
Vicki Rinke. I just have kind of a question to get clarified when you get a chance. And it seems like the people asking for these designation changes on their properties are properties that they were hoping to develop, and now you're putting it into resource development. I've read a little bit about the resource development, and the comment that was made, well, you just change it down the road. What does that mean? Because what I'm reading, from what I can see, there's so many hoops that someone has to go through to change it back to something you can develop that it would be cost prohibitive, but I would like that answered. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Maurer, do you have any rebuttal before we dig into each of these items? Not rebuttal, but comment?
There was a question about the assessor's maps. We utilized the most recent version of the GIS layer that shows the assessor's map. There's a lag time between a recording of a parcel map sorry about that. So the assessor's maps are changed as maps, parcel maps or subdivision maps are recorded, or lot line adjustments, those kinds of things. There is a lag time between the recording of those maps or deed and when the GIS team gets that information to update the layers. They are updated as soon as we have that information, and then that's reflected on our GIS layer. So if there is a situation where there was a recent merger of two parcels to one, that will ultimately show up, but we don't have it now because the assessor's office hasn't relayed that information to our GIS team yet. The other question had to do with Mr. Bullock, and maybe when we get into that discussion, we can I can provide some more detail at that point in time.
Thank you. So, fellow board members, I think I count 7 different items to take on, and I think I'm going to, if everybody's consent, we'll just go in order that we heard them. Does that work out all right? By all means, Ms. Kelly.
Mr. Maurer, something that came up on public comment, that if we change the land use designation from, let's say, future single family, whatever it is now, to resource, that reduces their taxes? I didn't.
I think you were referring to the comment by Mr. Brunker that they had been paying taxes based on the land use designation. The tax assessment is based on the actual use of the land today and not necessarily the land use designation.
Okay.
So while it is probably true that having a resource production designation makes it more difficult in the future to develop that land, there are measures included in the resource production element that require mitigation for the loss of productive resource production land. There's no tax change until there's actually development that occurs on that property.
So it wouldn't matter what the land use designation is as it relates to taxes?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got 7 items. We'll just go in order. I think the first one that was brought up was from the Hurd property, and it was requesting a change from industrial to resource production. There's 900 acres up of Calaveras, purple section, right dead center. Which lots are we talking about, Peter?
All of that in the dark blue or purple shows up a little differently on the screen.
Mr. Martin already leave? So, this is the old, as far as I know, this is the old cement plant, one of the cement plant quarries up there. It doesn't, I mean, I hate giving up industrial land because we have so little of it, but this is just right in the middle. Dennis?
Yeah, the thought came to my mind because of the number of mines that we have in our area. Has this one completed a mining reclamation plan, or is that something that we're going to get saddled with in the future if it gets transferred in ownership? You know, we just, I want to be sure that they would be transferring the land use designations with
The
a clean
responsibilities
slate.
for reclamation goes with the land regardless of the land use designation. If they were to convert it to some other use, close out the mine, they would still need to meet all the reclamation requirements prior to any change. So whether or not we keep the industrial designation or change it to resource production, mining isn't allowed use in resource production, so they could continue to mine. If they chose to close down the mine, they would have to reclaim it under the provisions of their reclamation plan, assuming that there is one. You know, that doesn't change.
And Mr. Mayor, this property does have is up to date and current in its permits as mine?
I
for
don't know
reclamation?
that specifically. If you want to hold off, I could,
We can
find
circle
out.
back and maybe
We
you
can
guys
circle
just
back
do
on
is
this
just to
one.
check, make sure it's current.
Either we have one, or it predated the SMARA requirements to require one.
Which is pretty common.
We don't have any current mines that are out of compliance.
And that is my point, is would the board be willing to make that conversion if they weren't up to date?
Right. Well, I think that would be a major problem, because we do need to clean up our mine sites, and but some of this stuff does predate. Now, this has been mined for almost a century, so probably a lot of it's going to be beyond our reach. So I would support transitioning this to resource production, as much as it's just not the right spot for industrial today. No one's going to open the cement. Any objections or thoughts? Ben, you know that dirt.
Yeah. We all did as kids. Less of an impact with resource production potentially, right?
Yes.
So there should be no problems with any other, having an outlook on like the environmental impact of resource production is much lighter than as opposed to industrial.
This would decrease the intensity of land use, so it would not have an effect on the environmental analysis.
Supervisor Mills, what do you think?
Oh, no, I'm good.
So, are there two other people that want to back me on changing this?
I'll support you.
I'm willing to look into it as long as we come back with information
It's clear, clean.
that it's clean.
As we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I would be too.
I would support you.
So, Mr. Maurer, as long as things are up to date and current there, I think the board supports that transition. Next item is the Brunker family. This is in Supervisor Mills' district. It was wanted to go from, change it, keep it at RR instead of resource production. So, Supervisor Mills, you want to?
Well, I was asking the question of what was its zoning, and I found the 1996 map shows it as FSR 5. If we were to, I believe part of this is part of the original Spanish land grant.
Yes.
So although there would be some circulation issues, there would not be water issues or sewer issues on this property. And I would be very concerned about moving this into a resource production and in essence creating a downzoning, which could be considered a taking. And I would be in favor of leaving it as is.
Is there other support for leaving it as a residential role, what is the current zoning, Mr. Mark?
The
Real residential?
The current zoning is A1, general agriculture. The current land use designation under the 96 plan is future single-family residential 5-acre minimum.
Correct. So you're proposing to keep it single?
That would be the rural transition B designation, which would be comparable to that FSR 5.
Thank you, that's correct.
Anybody support that change, or do you want to keep it the way it is?
I think we need to continue the discussion. There may be a circulation issue with this property that may need to get discussed, that we may want to talk with the Brunkers about, and what their proposed ideas are on how to be able to deal with that in the future.
I know one of the considerations, and I know the board hasn't really heard too much about this, but is to possibly look at, is there a way to solve the single access issue at South Shore Lake Tulloch off of Tulloch Dam Road that they're having for fire and emergency access, and at the same time possibly solve some of our circulation issues by creating a bridge down there, which would be a much cheaper bridge to do than the O'Burns Ferry Bridge as it currently sits. Many of these properties, like there's one coming up, the O'Burns Ferry Bridge, and the amount of traffic flow that's currently on O'Burns Ferry would be impacted, and I think it would also affect the level of service on that O'Burns Ferry Road as well. So, if there's a way for them to work out the circulation issue, if they move towards that, that's fine. But there isn't anything else this is the area of Calaveras County that has the most potential for future growth. And I want to be sure that we don't close the door to the opportunities that are available to us down there, in essence, and allow some kind of growth and planning for the future. And this would be the area to plan for the future, considering that it is on the lake. It has lakefront property. That cost per foot on lakefront property versus cost per foot on ag property is quite different. So if this wasn't right on the lake, it probably wouldn't have the same impact.
As far as tough no? Weighing in on this?
I'm not sure I totally agree with Supervisor Mills. However, this is the property right here, is it not?
Correct.
So is there any way to move that up so we can see where it abuts?
So if the exhibit that was attached to Ms. Kinderman's presentation represents all the parcels that they're requesting, it would include...
It doesn't include this parcel here, but it includes where it abuts the river and here.
This point here, that parcel, that parcel. This one here, which actually the density has been transferred off of this to accommodate the density of this project, as well as this funny little piece in here. I believe that's the property they're requesting for to make this change.
Is this not part of the canyon right through here?
No.
No?
This is
Canyon's
River
further
Canyon.
down. I would support Supervisor Mills, it's his district.
Mr. Mayor, if I might ask a question. So if the Brunker family decided to develop this, they would go and they would bring you a plan, go through all the steps. As part of that plan, if this wasn't zoned the way they wanted it now, it would just be another step that would go in the package as far as the general plan amendment, correct? So this doesn't, keeping it as resource production doesn't preclude it, it just is going to put another step in the path, correct?
That's correct.
So it's not so if we kept it a resource production, it's not a never, it's a not now, or not today, might be tomorrow.
That would be one way
to
put it, yes.
It's a big piece of dirt. Supervisor Callaway?
I support leaving it in resource production, and that when there is a project, they bring it forth. I think, as Supervisor Garamendi pointed out, they can submit an application and decide how they want to do it. As Mr. Mills said, there is a lot of growth potential down there, but there's also a lot of parcels that have been approved that have not been built on. Going back to the population growth in this county, it's been reduced to 0.07, and, you know, it isn't there. I mean, I strongly believe that it's their property. They do have a right to decide how they want to use it, and how they want to use it will be their application when they come in and say, this is what we propose for the land. And until then, I think it should be in resource production. And I don't believe it prevents them from any future development.
Supervisor Callaway's not going to let me off the hook without giving my opinion on things. I agree with Supervisor Callaway. It's not a never, but I mean, this is a big piece of property. We're talking a lot of resources to move things down there. When there's a real plan for that, I'm willing to listen to it. But until then, I'll keep it as it's designated by Planning Commission. So let me count up thoughts here. Maria and I are no. Dennis, you are a yes. Ben, you are a...
I have some more questions.
Ask away.
And may I ask them of them?
Board, would you guys consent to that?
He needs to make his decision.
Come on up. Mr. Brunker? Ms. Kitterman?
Sorry.
The circulation issue is crucial to me. This was brought up during 2016 when it was brought before us. Prior to the things happening in Paradise and everything, we were talking about that. Little John's the only access at this time that we know of, correct?
Yes.
So, you know, there's a lot of issues with be able to mitigate a possible fire issue, let's say, for example, and only having one way into a piece of property. Do you have plans for that? Is there anything proposed other than Little John right now?
Well, we are in a so-called partnership with Hicks, Copper Valley, and so I think they could be part of the discussion as well. Mr. Hicks over there also, because they own that piece right there adjacent to the Hicks and Saddle Creek. And the 2,500 acres below it is part of what was applied for development by Castle and Cook.
Does that go into the Conservancy area?
No, that was the Oak Canyon Ranch project, which is further to the north.
Right.
This was the property here that was a part of the application that was filed back in 2006, I think you said, for the Copper Valley Ranch project. The Oak Canyon Ranch project is, or property is this area up in here.
Right, so that only leaves Little John as our route, whether you go through Saddle Creek or not.
Yeah, it seems like Saddle Creek is an option.
So we can move it there.
Go ahead.
Regardless how we go here today, if there's a project that comes before us or filed an application for, it's going to come before the board. And at that time, we can either say we approve it based on the fact you need another access or egress and ingress. We have many options before the board at that time before it's even approved. The situation here is, and I have to agree a little bit with Mr. Mills, in our vision that we stated earlier about property rights and trying to maintain them. This could be a take, and when I saw this in what we were trying to do in this and a couple of the other ones, it basically, after all these years of being designated something and now taking that away and putting another step in place that could cost a lot more money in order to get his land developed to which he has a vision or his family has a vision of, it's not preserving or protecting property rights of an individual, it's a take. And again, any proposal that comes, that's being filed for an application for a project will come before this board and the Planning Commission. And at that time, we can demand that they have a secondary access.
Right. Understood.
Can I add something into that? It has to do with Moccasin below Moccasin on Little John is the problem. That's a 25-mile-an-hour zone. It's very narrow between the houses in there. And I know that the several projects have looked at an option of getting that secondary access to enter Little John more to the north of that location and get it on the 45-mile-an-hour area going north. But with Oak Canyon Ranch being off the table, that creates an additional issue of, how does secondary access look? So we need to look at that very seriously before we'd approve a project, as to just what that circulation would need to be. And that's why my suggestion is to even be thinking about an alternate way south and looking at how to tie this into Tuolumne County and provide us that way of getting, because most of the fires start at Highway 4 and work their way south. And you know that, Mr. Brunker, you've been around for generations. So how do we get an evacuation out of that area, pushing them through a fire zone? It doesn't happen. So I would say the circulation piece, if that's the only piece that's keeping people out of that decision, that can be worked out. It's just a matter of what is it going to look like and what is it going to cost to make it work. But it has to be a secondary access. That's critical.
Is there a time frame within which you would want us to meet with staff to discuss this issue? Is there a specific format you would like it to take?
Ma'am, I'm looking more as a vision for the future of this particular area.
All right.
And where's the growth in Calaveras County going to be most likely happen, and where would we like it to push to or focus to? This is one parcel, because of its lake access, because of its river access, that has those kind of options on the table. There aren't a whole lot of other places in Calaveras County that you can put a dock on a lake.
Understood.
And that by itself has to have some value, and I have to recognize that value.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
If I could hang on just 1 second, County Council would like to make a statement, and Council, outside Council as well.
Yes, Board, I just wanted to remind all of the board members, since this has come up a couple of times now, when we're talking about land use designations are the underlying with the general plan. We're not talking about zoning. Either way, zoning and land use designations are not property entitlements. And so when you refer to takings, I want to caution the board that there are no legal entitlements to a land use designation. And that, the county can ultimately change the land use designation until there is a vested right in the property or the project that is brought before the board. So when you talk about circulation, when you talk about access, ingress, egress, all of those things would be coming to the board in a developed project, where what is before the board in the general plan is the underlying land use designations of where you see the development and where you see this county going in the future. So I just wanted to clarify that there is not an entitlement to a land use designation.
Chris, would you like to add to that?
I think that covered it. Yeah, taking has a very specific legal definition, and as we've explained here a couple times, the property owners would be able to come forward with a proposal at the time. So, just be aware that that's not necessarily a taking. It's not a taking just to designate, have a general plan designation, or to change one.
Sorry, we stepped into your decision tree here.
Well, I kind of went out of my bounds also, so.
All right. So do you have further questions, Mr. Topper?
I'm all for land use rights, but there is still a clear path forward to development of the property. And I would be one to keep it resource production right now. And you have the opportunity to move forward through the path, through the planning department and put in an application for development later and a zoning amendment. So I would go with the RP designation.
All right. 3-2, it stays the way the planning commission said. Next item was an item brought forward by Mr. Murphy. Resource production, we'd like to keep it in resource and residential.
Chair, I think this is a kind of a split situation here.
I'm not familiar with this. I'm not sure I received it.
But if you think of Diamond 20,
Sorry, Steve.
think of Diamond 20, and I can show you on a map here of the 96, but there are certain 20s and 40s.
Can't see that. so-
I think right there.
Okay, so just to the west of that, thank you, which is these parcels right in here. These are all 20s and 40s, and as you see, there's a pond, there's a pond, there's a pond, there's a pond, there's ponds all over the place in here. So I'm sure that he would be able to find sufficient water if he really needed to, more so than the Diamond 20 subdivision. But when you get beyond that, and what I'm talking about is when you get over into here, and this zone, this is really not developable. It's grazing land. It's truly been grazing land all along, and there's limited water except for the reservoir right here, which is part of the Rock Creek. So, if we're talking about them just keeping this area right here in that initial and moving all of this to RP, I would be in favor of doing that. Thank you, Gary.
So the question before us is, do we want to keep it in RP as put forward by the planning commission, or is there an interest in adjusting some of these lots?
Yeah, with the exception of those lots that in the 96 map were already designated.
Let's see where everybody is.
Could have
Peter,
Mr.
do you want to weigh in?
explain?
There are two questions going on at the same time. Sorry.
Maria.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Murphy talked that he has 27 lots that have already been designated at 5 acres. Is that recorded?
I think he was referring to, let me pull up the prior general plan map. We can see what was there before.
That's the one.
And so this
will show it really well.
So this is the current 1996 general plan land use designation. The yellow is the future single-family residential. Because would need to be on well and septic, it would be 5-acre minimum parcel size based on that designation. This blocks out the parcel boundaries, so it's pretty much this area in here, that was the future single-family residential. I think the 27 parcels are, and I don't know the exact number but it's these parcels in here, and I think it goes all the way up into this area here. I don't know the exact parcels that he has, but I'm pretty sure that's it. So again, there is what's proposed. That's the existing, and the current zoning of that property is A1, I believe. I need to zoom in order for the zoning layer to pop up. But, so yes, it's A1.
That's a good map.
there other questions before Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, I do have a question. Mr. Murphy talked about infrastructure there. Are you aware of any infrastructure he was talking about? If there is infrastructure there,
I'm not, I mean, there may have
keeping it
been
RP, making it RP,
you know, I'm sure there's infrastructure along, say about 4.
There are towers there.
There's some communication towers that are there, somewhere on the property there.
That's where those 2 A1s are, the little rectangle on the square. Those are towers.
so there's no actual infrastructure
No.
per se?
No.
Okay, that's a question I had.
No further questions, let me call the question. Sure, wait, you have another question?
Why, are there 27 lots that are zoned A? Are there 27 lots that are zoned A1?
There are 27 parcels.
Parcels,
They're not lots, and you would think
excuse
of
me.
like the Diamond 20. They're
Yeah,
these
excuse me,
larger
parcels.
parcels. They could be, you know, 20s or 40s or 180 acres. It's a combination. It's quite a bit of acreage.
So we're not changing the parcel size?
No.
We're just doing the designation?
It's the same discussion we had previously. There's, in this case, all of these 27 parcels would still be legal parcels. They could be sold or a house built on them individually. It doesn't take that away. The change would be, is this appropriate for smaller parcels of 20 or 10 or 5 acre parcels? I think he's requesting 5s.
And he has direct access to Highway 4.
There is direct access to Highway 4.
So is A1 would in essence be similar, just going to resource production?
A1 is existing zoning. It would remain the same until he would apply for a zoning amendment to change it to something different. If he, or a general plan amendment and zoning amendment if you want to subdivide.
Thank you.
So let me start with Supervisor Mills. Are you interested in changing this from the Planning Commission's recommendation of resource production to RR? Or to? R,
No.
whatever that.
Would be the rural transition,
Rural
either A or
transition.
B, depending on what the
Trying
parcel
to-
size.
yeah.
Or it could be working lands if you wanted to have it comparable to the Diamond 20.
If you look at working lands versus rural transition,
The working lands is a 20-acre minimum. Rural transition A is a 10-acre minimum. Rural transition B is a 5-acre minimum.
the last two won't work in that area, as I see it. The rural transitions really won't work. I would be more in favor of working lands there.
We have,
It's only for those areas that we've talked about here, that we've designated.
so for the, so the first question is, do we want to change it from the Planning Commission? And if we do, I think the next question is, what would it be?
Yes.
So you want to change it from there? Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
You want to change it from RP? Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi? No. 3-2, it does not change. Next item is Mr. Bullock's request on the subdivision to keep it RR. Peter, you might need to bring us up to speed on where we are with that,
Yes,
what
let
the
me
deal is.
move up to that site.
Mr. Bullock, we're going to have our discussion. If there are any questions, thank you for sticking around so we can ask you directly.
Thank you.
Peter?
So the RR is the zoning, RR 40, and that would not
Could
change.
you put the dot on where we're at?
I think we're talking, is this, are these parcels here?
Those are 40 plus, and down below in the yellow, that's part of the subdivision also.
So as I recall, this entire area here was part of this subdivision that was
Yes.
recorded a number of years ago.
Yes, and go to the left, there's 3 that were subdivided in 1985. They got away with that one. They were going to make 5s in there, and then everybody protested, and they ended up with 3 as a compromise with Chairman Lodato. So that's part of the subdivision also.
Peter, can you outline what's...
So again, the subdivision originally was this.
Yes. Yes, down now,
down,
across and
this,
straight up. Yes,
and
sir.
then up
And
to here.
across. There was a total of 17 acres, or 17 lots originally, and then that lot 1 with the 3 on it, now they got 3 on that. So, and it was all zoned rural residential. And like I say, in 1979, I got this white papers and the original maps. And I just think that it's wrong that all of a sudden, boom, and I've already got a letter about the gal on lot 1, that's 2 lots down from me. She's got her application in, and it's going to be, she's at the planning department right now.
Mr. Bach?
And a person next to
Mr.
her.
Bach, we're not going to speculate on what anybody else is planning on doing. We all know there's plenty of cannabis up there. I would like to know from the planning director what the immediate impact would be and what's being planned here.
So this, you can see there's 3 different land use designations. There's the...
That also subdivision.
That's part of the subdivision. That is the rural transition. That was because those parcels are less than 20 acres already. These greeny yellow color is, they're primarily 20-acre parcels.
Yes, sir.
And
The one
so-
in the middle is 40 plus.
Excuse me. Really, if you could hold your comments while we listen to...
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was asking me.
No,
I'm just
sir, he's
explaining
reporting
to
to
the
us.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
So this area here is primarily 20-acre parcels plus the 40 there in the middle, and then these are all 40 or more. And so the land use map reflects those existing parcel sizes. The RR zone is a consistent zone within each of those land use designations, and there would be no reason for us to change the zoning unless a property owner asked for it, as we have a couple applications that are pending, and that will be going through the normal hearing process to determine if that is an appropriate change or not. And so the change in the land use designation from the future single-family residential would not change the zoning. In fact, this more closely reflects what I think that the property owners want out there with the 40, 20, or in this case, an RR 18-acre minimum parcel size. And so I think that these land use designations more closely reflect what's out there and would support keeping it the way it is.
So that would remain a rural residential zone.
Rural residential is a compatible zone with all of those land use designations.
And of course, there's a process through the planning commission to go and rezone your property.
Yes.
Which is outside of this process that we're currently in.
But the fact that we do have applications pending for ag zoning doesn't necessarily, this does not change the likelihood that may or may not be approved.
So this would not be, there's no impact on that
Right.
specific hearing. Do you understand what he was talking about?
No, I was just, no.
Your concern is primarily about cannabis and the change in zoning that would happen should we do this. What Mr. Maurer is saying is that following whatever we do here, this will remain rural residential. So that doesn't change. People can still have the right to apply to rezone their property, but we're not rezoning this property at this time.
So that subdivision will be RR, rural residential?
Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
The whole subdivision?
The whole subdivision is zoned RR and would stay the same. I just want to double check something here, though. First production. It may be more appropriate to identify it as working lands, because looking at table LU2 in the land use shows that the resource production land use designation is really most appropriate for those active resource production type zones. A1, general forest, ag preserve, that's what that's really intended for. So in this case, it may be more appropriate if the desire of the property owners to keep that in more of a rural residential is to change it to working lands, which with RR would be compatible with that. Correct. The earlier statement I said that this could potentially mean that we would have to go back and rezone it to an ag zone, at least this area here that's the resource production. The working lands, that's the rural residential zoning is compatible with that.
working lands is more compatible with this subdivision, is what you're saying?
20 to 40s.
20 to 40 acres.
Yes.
Yeah, that would fit that closer. But it would still remain, or, yes, sir.
Working lands, they can also still turn it into agricultural to grow cannabis, correct? If it was rural residential, they can't take it back. They
Well,
can't.
again, rural residential is a zoning, it's not a land use designation as far as this issue is concerned. Especially at this parcel size. Anyone can apply for a zoning amendment at any time. It doesn't mean it's automatically going to be approved. We'd have to look at the specifics of that site, and the county has approved some and denied some.
So it's outside what we're doing right here, right now. We're not changing your zoning at this time. So we could designate it working lands, and it would, people still have their right to go and appeal to make a zoning change, no matter what. You go, I mean,
Why don't we just call it rural residential the way it was?
well, that's a zoning versus a land use designation, different terms. Peter, am I correct?
That's correct. The zoning would stay the same unless actually, if we did keep it in resource production, we would have to change it to a compatible zone. If we change it to working lands, the rural residential 40-acre minimum parcel size would be consistent with that. There'd be no reason to change it. And it could allow for someone to apply for a change in the future. Doesn't mean that the county would necessarily approve it.
Yes, I'll start. I would support working lands.
Sure, district. I would support you working lands. That's what you want.
I think that would allow a public process. If somebody wants to change their designation, they can in a public way. And we could have that discussion when we get there. Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Working lands.
Yes.
There you go. Working lands.
Get up there and work those lands.
He can still go A1. Okay, thank you.
Next item was Copper Valley Ranch.
I don't have that next.
Is that right?
Russ Thomas is next.
Okay. I had,
Greg Myers
Greg, you're next, aren't you?
did, and Mr. Hicks talked.
and I was trying to figure out, I know Copper came up.
Valley, you're right, you're right.
I think
Let's take on Copper rather than, let's just go.
so. This is the intervening piece between the Brunker property and the Tuscany project that is an approved tentative map. It's this property in here.
And maybe you could tell us again what is being requested?
I think they are requesting 5-acre minimum parcel size, the rural transition B.
And it is currently resource production according to the Planning Commission, correct?
Planning Commission is recommending resource production. The previous plan showed it as future single-family residential,
FSR 5.
FSR.
What's the zoning?
Zoning is A1, I believe. Let me zoom in.
It's A1 zone.
Yes, A1.
Supervisor Mills, you want to open up the questions for district?
Well, the point again is that this is a prime piece of real estate right on the river, right on the lake. And it might be one of my places that could be looked at for future day-use facility or park or recreation area. There's a lot of opportunity, a lot of options here. Again, they will, how soon they will be able to do it is really up to them. But I don't want to be putting a lot of additional burden and delay on this. If it was an FSR 6 or 5 in the 1996 plan zoned, the A1 zone or working land zone would be, to me, the appropriate, considering it buffers against the blue just above it.
Mr. Bauer, tell us what you think.
Your call.
Supervisor Callaway, you had a question?
Mr. Mauer, When I look at resource production, if this is under resource production and they go to modify resource production, then they have to abide by what the conditions are in resource production, correct?
So if they were to apply for a general plan amendment, then we would consider that as part of their application. There are requirements for resource production that looks at mitigating the loss of resource production
Right.
land under the resource production element that we haven't got to yet. If someone were to want to develop the land consistent with the general plan, yes, then they would need to meet the minimum parcel size or the density requirements of that designation. I think Commissioner Mills, did I hear you suggest that maybe working lands was the appropriate? So that would be a 20-acre minimum parcel size, or 1 unit per 20 acres if they were to cluster it.
Under resource production, county code amendments, one of the items, RP 1A, is incorporate guidelines for residential development on resource production lands. It's on RP 9. So I'm not clear how that then would relate to the land use overlay, the land use designation, excuse me, on this, on Copper Valley.
So that policy talks about making some code amendments that would provide potential buffers or different development criteria that would minimize the potential conflict between residential development in the resource production area, so that you don't put a house right up against the orchard, then you end up having complaints about spray and noise and the typical ag protection. We have the right to farm ordinance in our code, but history has shown us throughout the state that you start putting houses up against resource production land, and ultimately the houses win, the resource production land, the farmland goes away because they can't compete with the dogs and people complaining all the time. And so this policy is attempting to address the potential conflicts that can result when you have development butting up against resource production land. An example might be, okay, if you're going to you've got 100 acres, you want to subdivide that into, quarter-acre lots. You don't put the quarter-acre lots right up against the farmland. You create a buffer and you cluster that, away from the farmland, for example.
Was there not an application for Copper Valley Estates years ago?
That was the one that was submitted back in, I think you said 2006.
So is there any proposals on this project, on this parcels now?
No.
Thank you.
Is there marshland on this property?
There are probably some wetland areas on the parcel. I mean, all these parcels have they're large parcels with a variety of different topography and vegetation. I know that there are wetland areas on the property to the north, so I would assume...
It's the property to the north of it.
Yeah. The Tuscany project, the blue, the upper part of the screen there, has a number of requirements to protect wetlands as a part of that project approval.
You're outside of the elderberry beetle zone.
Okay, so we have a Supervisor Mills has suggested, instead of keeping this as resource production as put forward by the Planning Department, excuse me, by the Planning Commission, we put it under, make sure I got this right, working lands? That's correct.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, we can. Take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back from break. 5 minutes. We are discussing Copper Valley Ranch. Supervisor Mills has a proposal to change it from the resource production as put forward by the Planning Commission to working lands designation. I got that right?
Chair, there's an additional point to this, and I refer to RP1F on page RP10. Mitigation for resource production land conversions shall include the minimum following alternatives: acquisition of a conservation easement located within Calaveras County at a 1-to-1 ratio, purchase of banked mitigation credits for use by a land banking operation, payment into a fund to restore, enhance, and improve resource production designated land, and other mitigations developed or approved by the county. Does that sound onerous to you? I'm just explaining to you, the board, why I think very strongly about this one.
Very well. Let me go ahead and poll the board for Supervisor Mills' proposal to change it from Planning Commission. Supervisor Callaway?
No. No.
No change. Supervisor Mills, yes change. Sorry.
That's correct. Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper?
On this one, as we move farther out from that community, because there's already residential, and then it go, maybe as a buffer, I would be yes.
So yes?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi? No. So this goes 3-2 for the change to working lands. All right. The next item up before us was I'm afraid I don't understand this very well, what Mr. Thomas was asking us for. I understand the problem. I'm not sure I understood the ask. So
I don't know, Chair, I don't know if the property, if we decide we're going to move this area and land use into a different use, whether the property owners, are they aware of it? And maybe we need to ask those questions first before we...
Was this brought up in the Planning Commission?
There was discussion back in the 2016 timeframe about other lands, and particularly where a potential road would come through to access Malonis to Oberon's Ferry. There was no recent discussion on that with the Planning Commission.
Mr. Stopper, you were on the commission.
I recall the Murphys were here. Potentially, they may want to develop their property. They're willing to go through the process in the future if they want to. I believe it was the Murphys' last name? Morrissey. That's right. Morrissey. It's been 3 years. Okay. I apologize. But they were in favor of this at that time. I have not spoken to them since.
So is there a proposal here before us that somebody wants to consider?
I would propose we consider it as long as it is. We have before us something that at least 2 of the supervisors that there at one time had voted on, and I think that they may want to consider it too, so I would propose it for...
Well, I'm not sure exactly what's being proposed. I think the discussion was about ensuring that there is a road that connects to Malonis to provide access for recreation purposes to the federal land. If I'm not mistaken, I think this property here is the Morrissey property.
But this isn't a map question, right?
Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out how this is related to the map.
Yeah.
And I think that the recognition that if this was the right property here, that was...
If I may, Mr. Thomas, do you want to explain to us what you're proposing here and how it relates to this map issue?
The difficulty that I had before.
Laser pointer?
Well, he was pointing at the proper land, but it's difficult to recap more than 3 years of effort in 3 minutes. And the reason I brought it up under maps is because I couldn't figure out any other place to put it. You don't have an economic element that we can discuss, but it clearly is recreation and economic development, and the map designation, the land use that we tried to convince the federal government that was appropriate, and they agreed. They just didn't want to pay for it. But there is a funding mechanism that can be a revised road impact mitigation fee. There's Proposition 68. There's fantastic amount of recreation funds that are available now that weren't available before. There's funds for boating and waterways that can improve the parking lot and all that stuff. So I just want to see a little spot on the map that would designate this as a wish list for this county to have at Texas Charlie Gulch, and then let us figure out how to do it. But if you don't put it on...
Does that have to do with the land designation up here?
Maybe what the more appropriate is to add a policy under the recreation section of the conservation open spaces that the county will support access to New Melones Lake from Overland Ferry. That would be...
that would work.
Chair, I would prefer that because I know that you haven't been retained as counsel or to represent the property owner.
No, but I've spoken with them and they're still in favor of it.
But it's just, I think it would be better to actually put it in as a policy statement.
And it should be stated here that this isn't a new road. I mean, this is the old Sonora Road. Black Bart knew it very well, better than most of us.
We will take this up under the policy discussion when we get to the recreation.
I think leaving that door open for the
want to pull the
future.
board for that?
Is everybody, okay, is there agreement that we will bring that up and discuss it? Doesn't mean we're going to do anything, but we'll bring it back up at that point?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. That'll hopefully get us to where we need to go. The last item was Sanguinetti Ranch. That was brought forward on the change. Mr. Maurer, do you want to zoom us in there?
Making a note to make sure we bring it back up.
Thank you very much.
So this is the Sanguinetti Ranch, the future specific plan designation here. As was pointed out, there's several hundred potential lots would be allowable under the plan with recreation facilities, commercial square footage, et cetera. And this is tied to that policy, LU 1.6 and 1.7. And public has spoken both in favor and opposed to this.
So the question that's posed before us was to maybe somebody articulate what the question is on this?
Well, the question was, I know one individual indicated that he thought this was a bad idea to have this designation here, and others have said this is a good idea.
So the question is, does it remain like this as a specific plan?
Or do we change it to
something else? Or do we
else?
change it to something else? Supervisor Mills, your district, you want to comment first?
Well, how much paperwork has been turned in on this project?
Paperwork, as in formal application, none. We have some preliminary ideas, some sketches of plans, but there's no application pending.
Much like other properties that we've just discussed that didn't have anything pending either.
Right.
And we turned them into resource production. I'm concerned about service levels on that road. It's to 4,000 cars a day, the bridge, inadequacy of the bridge, the view shed. There are some concerns here. Whether those could be addressed in the planning stages is another question. This is outside the existing boundary of the two efforts at a community plan, as you well know. So I look up the 96 plan and I'm seeing all of that area around there as being FSR 5. It's quite amazing how much of that property was FSR 5. But the other part too is, in talking with Tridam, is whether or not under their current shoreline management plan, whether they would even consider a marina. And I can tell you right now their answer is absolutely not. So there would be a discussion and a fight, I'm sure, as to whether or not a marina above the bridge would even be something they would consider. considered with all of the other barriers or pressures around that lake. I'm going to let the other guys talk and see where they want to go with this, because I think we're flipping from what we had done just previously in this last decisions and creating something totally different.
Supervisor Callaway? No.
Is this not the same thing that we talked about years ago, about a marina and being above the bridge where the rehab center or whatever it is now is?
I'm not familiar with what was talked about years ago. This is, the property fronts O'Byrne's Ferry Road, I believe it hits the lake frontage just below the bridge, as well as a portion of it above the, as you can see, here and here, there is lake frontage. I think there's a little bit of lake frontage down here as well. So this is in some ways very similar to what we've just discussed as far as some future development. I did not recommend that this be included with the original land use map that was reviewed by the Planning Commission in 2016. They felt that this was an appropriate location for some future development and added the specific plan designation to try to constrain that rather than say the whole thing is appropriate for mixed use or whatever other designation might be out there.
Supervisor Topper?
With being special plan there's still a significant part of the process to go through, correct?
Absolutely.
So at this time, it's just specific in the sense that there's been no final resolution on what that could be. Only thoughts and a couple of sketches on a napkin.
That's correct. A little more detailed than a napkin, but not much.
So this could go either way in the future. It would come before the board.
Yes.
Does anybody have a proposal on how they want to deal with this, or if they want to deal with this? Do we want to keep it as as Planning Commission put forward, or do we want to change it?
Again, it's lake riverfront property to some degree, but it is a view shed, and I noticed somebody sent us gave us pictures of what that view shed is. I'm just very concerned if we push this into that kind of a situation that it puts them in a different position than we have discussed in our previous decisions.
What are you proposing, Supervisor?
I have a question. I'm a bit confused. Is this one of the specific plans that the Planning Commission, they wanted it as a specific plan under LU 1.6?
Yes.
If we,
And,
go ahead.
Is it, what are the APNs on, is this 049050?
It's the second one.
This is the second bullet.
Yeah. Fractional. Holy tomatoes. Do you know how many parcels we've just approved today in concept?
No, in concept.
I understand where the Planning Commission's going, and I'll support their recommendation. I'm sorry, Dennis,
No, it's the point is if you put it in resource production, then this land would end up having to go through all of the processes that resource production land conversion would entail. I don't know if I want to put somebody through that kind of menagerie, which I don't support anyway.
I guess I'm sorry.
No, it's correct. But at the same time, if there's a specific project that comes forward, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for the community to weigh in on it and to decide how it's going to all fit. I was on CCWD, and I know that I've been presented this from the CCWD side as to how would water and sewer be served here. And to some degree, it'd have to be on site. It isn't something that they'd have to put another system together to make it work, because it's a substantial piece of property. So that's something that, again, CCWD or the utilities would have to weigh in on how they would properly serve the parcels.
If it's all right, let me call the question. Are there 3 votes to change what the planning commissioners have done? And then if there is, we'll discuss what's the correct designation.
How are we addressing this? I want to know the direct question so I know how.
Direct question, the first 2 questions. First question is this okay as it stands?
Yes.
Second question is, if not, then what?
I would support the planning commission's recommendation.
Okay. Rita?
I support the planning commission.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Sounds like you got three votes. I'm not going to do that.
I'll support the planning commission.
Supervisor Mills?
Well, I'm going to have to say, you got 3 votes, so we're going to support.
Okay, so you're in support as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm in support as well. So it stays as the planning commission designated it. I believe that wraps up the map and that land use element, correct?
One clarification, the Toyon area is the board, is there consensus that that should be changed to retain industrial?
Yeah, this is, the question is, do we, because of that clerical or whatever error, it would change it from commercial to industrial? Supervisor Toffenali, you know that, right?
Historically, the reason it's commercial, it was commercial and has been commercial, is because that whole, back in the original general plan, all of the Highway 12 corridor was commercial. Their vision was to develop that all for that type of land use. Can you pull that back up?
So it's actually the land use designation there is future single family, but you're correct, and there's the industrial corridors. Basically sort of follows on either side of Highway 12 through there. And despite the land use designation, industrial uses were considered appropriate anywhere along the Highway 12 corridor.
Correct.
And that's reflected in the M4 zoning that we have on much of that site.
I would support industrial.
Supervisor Stopper?
I would support industrial.
Supervisor Mills?
Support industrial.
Supervisor Callaway? Yes. Garamendi, yes. I vote. Are there other items on the maps, or we wrapped that up?
I think we've wrapped that up.
Good job, everybody. Stand and stretch, and then we'll start on the circulation. Let's take a 5-minute break. We're going to take 5 minutes to stretch. Nobody.
Ready.
Very good. Welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. Fellow supervisors, we are taking on this circulation element, number 3. Mr. Maurer, can you please begin?
So the circulation element is obviously what it is, circulation, but it's not just traffic, it's not just cars, it's the circulation of all infrastructure. But we tend to focus a lot on roads because that seems to be where most of our circulation is. We don't have a rail system, we don't have a boating system. And so we've looked at the roads. Of course, it needs to be linked to our land use. We developed a modeling system to look at where the likely development would occur. That distributed land use over the next 20 years and beyond to certain areas. That model was then used by our transportation consultants to look at how would the traffic patterns go, a model on top of a model. So it's an educated guess of where, not a guess, it's educated analysis of where we believe traffic is likely to go as the county develops out over time. Where is the population growth going to occur, and where then would the traffic generated by that growth, as well as traffic generated by industry, by businesses, and other uses occur. The element has a number of policies related to the adequacy of the roads. There's the LOS standards that the county's established. LOS being level of service. Quick primer on that. It's rated A to F. A being smooth flow of traffic. B, slight delays, down to F, which is essentially gridlock. The county standard currently is LOSC on all roads. We are proposing that it be changed to LOSC outside of the community areas, and within the community areas, LOSD is an acceptable level of service. The reason for that is in some cases you have a slight increase over the threshold that changes it from, say, B to C or C to D. But the only way to solve that is by making a 2-lane road a 4-lane road. And the cost associated with that probably far exceeds the benefit that would be garnered. And in some cases, hey, it's okay to slow down going through town. We had a discussion about Murphy's last week at the Planning Commission, and part of the goal was to slow people down through town. So we have safer roads for people to ride their bikes and walk. The exhibits in the element show sort of the current system. Let me scroll down to that. Here we go. It doesn't show up. Well, in the hard copy that you have, there are the just check. Oh, there they are. Okay. This shows, the first exhibit shows the existing road patterns and the types of roads that we have out there. The next map shows what would happen over time as development occurs, where impacts would increase, and they're along the major routes that we're aware of, particularly around the San Andreas, Valley Springs, and Murphy's area. And then the third exhibit shows where certain improvements would need to be made to accommodate that. That then would be the basis for reanalysis of our fee programs to say, okay, if we're going to have this much traffic generated, we need these kinds of road improvements. How do we fund it? And appropriate fee applied to new development. And we currently collect the RIM fee, road impact mitigation fee. And that's one of the policies. We need to adjust that to bring it up to current standards and look at what are our current needs. There is one minor correction on page C11 where it talks about public transit, and it references the line to Delta College in Stockton. That no longer exists, so I recommend that we strike that phrase. Do you have any questions?
That's
oh. Yes, thank you.
Just a quick housekeeping thing. Is everybody okay with changing the bus line in the document? It no longer exists. Just housekeeping. No objections. Thanks. Questions from the board? Where do you guys want to go?
Peter, can you go back to the existing circulation system map? One more. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Can you blow that up? I'm more interested in the Valley Springs, if we can zoom in on that.
Of course you are.
Maybe.
The San Andreas is pretty accurate. I don't think this is, what is the dotted?
So I'm sorry, I'm having computer problems here. I'm used to zooming in the other way. There. So that dotted line is a...
Right, these two dotted lines right there. This was a application, I think, was put in for a subdivision that included that road.
So the dotted line shows a generic proposed alignment of an alternative route, either around or through Valley Springs.
So
There's no specific, route designation. It just says we want to be able to make a connection to, along Highway 12 to avoid downtown Valley Springs.
Well, the only reason I asked, because it says existing.
That's, yes, and that it doesn't exist today. You're absolutely right. And the reason why it's a dotted line is that is something that we've had on the books for some time, saying we want to do this, we want to create this alternative route, but it doesn't exist today.
Yeah, this one was part of a proposed subdivision at Ponte Ranch. And it's still proposed somewhat, but, okay, I just want to clarify that's not existing.
It doesn't exist, no.
Supervisor Mills?
Are we going to get into each one of these, or?
Yeah, questions you might have or things you might want to dig into, put it out there, and we'll have public comment, and then we'll figure out how to move.
Well, my concern is rim fees, but that's got to be a separate discussion here, so let's get the public's input.
Supervisor Callaway?
Mr. Mauer, on the one from Murphy's on C8, the orange line where it's, is that the one? They're putting in, as we speak, plans for a middle lane. Is that?
Yes, the center left
Excuse
turn.
me, C9, I'm sorry. The map shows widen road to 4 lanes, but as we speak, they're putting in the middle lane. Does that change this in any way?
It does not. What that yellow through there is saying is that if at the build-out of the land use identified in the general plan would to occur, we would need to have 4 lanes through there to accommodate the traffic at the level of service that we've identified.
So this is where I sometimes have a problem between a plan and reality. And the reality is that's probably not going to happen. And, when we look at the length of time it takes to get a project, I mean, even this middle lane's probably, it was 40 years for the bypass. So why do something that the reality is that isn't going
Well,
to
what
occur?
we're
or
saying
it
is
that-
this would be necessary if the plan built out as we've identified in the land use map.
Okay.
So not at full capacity, but at sort of the expected, projected build-out. That would be necessary.
They also have, I'm sure I don't have the words correct, a Murphy's, they're doing like a new circulation.
The Complete Streets Plan?
Yes, thank you, the complete street. That's not part of this.
That's not part of this. That's something that the Planning Commission reviewed last week. It's a separate planning document that CCOG is working on, but that will be coming to you shortly.
So how would that dovetail with our circulation element? Or it wouldn't?
I don't think there's necessarily a conflict. That plan is looking at sort of more immediate needs as well as other circulation requirements other than just the roads. And again, this is not saying that we're going to go out and build a 4-lane road today, or we're even sort of planning for it, but that if the county were to develop as identified by the land use map, say if, growth projections became much higher, there was a lot more development occurring in the county, that we would need to accommodate more through traffic through Murphy's. Or accept a lower level of service at certain peak hours.
Is the level of service, oh no, never mind, I've answered my own question, thank you. I'm thinking C and D, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
At this
Any further
point.
questions, Supervisor Toffenali? You're queued up.
I was just going to make a statement that the level of service refers to county roads. That's a state highway that we're talking about through there. Is it Highway 4 we're talking
Yes,
about?
that is
Yeah,
state highway.
I guess I have one more, Mr. Mauer. On page C15, if you could just, I don't remember the rules, on C2.8, on subdivisions resulting in 5 or more, proposing to use private roads as legal. I thought we had that in our codes for less than 5. That if you're using what would have been a driveway now becomes a private road. And so how did we come up with 5 when if I have something and then I subdivide and my driveway now becomes a road, I have to bring it up to road standards?
So the 5 parcels is the threshold for whether it's a parcel map or a subdivision map. We have typically not required road maintenance agreements or provisions on parcel maps that we do with a subdivision map. That doesn't mean that we can't change that. This is the time for that kind of policy discussion. If we think that's appropriate for parcel maps, then we can certainly modify the language of that policy. The concern is that typically parcel map roads have been private. The county has not had an interest in it. They may have been offered for dedication but rejected because we just consider them private roads and the individual homeowners along that road can deal with it. Once you're creating more parcels, there's more use of that road and an expectation by people that buy into that subdivision that those roads will be maintained somehow. The county can't do it. We have more than enough road maintenance with our own county road system than we can handle. We certainly don't want to start maintaining private roads. And so a typical condition on a rural subdivision map or any subdivision map is that they form a road maintenance entity to ensure that those roads are maintained over time and the homeowners pay into that to fund those improvements.
So would this be the time that we would, I think that if a private road goes from like a driveway and becomes a road, even though it's private, they should have a road maintenance agreement.
We could certainly make that a
Because
policy.
we get caught up in that, well, my road, and why isn't the county doing something? And we have that. That's really common. So I think road maintenance agreements need to be developed when we start going from a driveway or whatever to a road.
Yeah.
Supervisor Mills?
Well, and to that point is again, this is policy discussion we should have, is where the encroachments happen. Because when you're in private driveways or you have large subdivisions, multiple homes, that's where you always have the problems, right there where you are hitting the public highway, the county maintained roadway, and then who takes care of that? They somehow seem to fall away from being responsible for it. So I think it's a policy discussion we need to have.
Mr. Chesney, public comment, and then we'll come back, and it seems to be the primary item that came up. So, public comment on circulation element of the general plan. Marty, lead us off.
So I brought this up a little earlier, and I understand I was in the wrong section. So in the Toyon area, now we just turned all of that into industrial. Thank you, industrial, which ultimately could add even more traffic, big traffic. Just a couple of weeks ago, I'm coming from Valley Springs, and I go up over the hill, and there's a passing lane there. People get going really, really fast in there, 60, sometimes more, to get around the cars before the lane goes away, which is right at the turn in where the school buses are. And just past that is that other driveway that is considered so dangerous enough that we can't allow projects in there because of that intersection. And so I'm coming up around there, and there's a semi parked right there between the two driveways, blocking the entire view of that scary, dangerous intersection, or ingress, egress. And so I slowed way down because I thought I saw a car go in this side of the semi and never came out the other side. And I went, ooh. So I slowed way down, and that woman was terrified, trying to figure out, what do I do? What do I do? You know, I take my life in my own hands. So I want to know, I went to the planning department a long time ago about that, wanted to know, what are we doing about this? Because we talk about property rights all the time, the people that own property in there, they can't do anything with it because of this scary intersection. And now that the historic barn property there is apparently for sale, and maybe the tower, water tower, is there not another opportunity to block off the dangerous intersection? I saw them do it on 26 near Silver Rapids when they wanted to take out a dangerous intersection. They created a cul-de-sac there. And is there not an opportunity now to put in a road between the barn and the property behind it, where all the people back in that other area can then come through, and everyone come in and out where the buses go? Because it'd be nice if we got the cart before the horse, if we're going to have a lot more traffic in this industrial area. Anyway, I'd like to know, is it on our radar? Can it please be on our radar? Thank you.
Other public comment on this item? Tom, come on.
Hi, Tom Infacino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. 3 things. First, you'll notice that we are changing the level of service from C to D. And it's important to understand why we're doing that. We did an analysis in the environmental impact report planning for 75,000 new people to come here. And if the 75,000 new people come here, then we wouldn't be able to keep up with the road building to keep level service C. So we're changing level service now from level service C to D in anticipation of those people coming here. Our first suggestion was, let's do some planning to reduce congestion in anticipation of those people coming here as well. A congestion management plan is required when you hit 50,000 people. We're already at 45 and change. We've seen how long it's taken to do the general plan. Let's get ahead of this curve here this time and work on the congestion management plan. Maybe we can delay the time when we actually have to go to level service D in those communities. Second things, eliminate the conflicts between the general plan update and the regional transportation plan. The regional transportation plan and the general plan update are supposed to agree with each other. We don't have currently a mechanism for doing that. There's no agreement between the county and the COG to get together and make those two things agree. We think it's a worthwhile effort. We gave you a list of the inconsistencies when we commented on the regional transportation plan. You have that list. You might want to go through it and make the two match. The last thing, we have a bunch of pedestrian plans and bicycle plans and mobility plans that COG has worked on and gotten done, but the county hasn't actually adopted them. So it might be a good idea while we're doing this process to actually commit, say, you know what, we did a lot of work, we spent a lot of money on those plans, why don't we commit as a county to, yeah, let's adopt them, not let's just leave them sitting there on the shelf. So those are my 3 things. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Okay.
Okay, I'm a former state highways planner for 20 years, so I would like to give my 2 cents. There are some concerns I've had ever since I've been here. When I found out that COG had done a lot of plans, but I think, if I remember correctly, there's only one project that had actually been done. So I thought it was kind of strange. Why is COG doing this? Why isn't Public Works doing it? And it seemed to me at that time, I tried to get some answers, and I did get a few, but basically, to me, it would make more sense if Public Works had a traffic engineer on staff, and that person looked at all these different issues, because it seems like a lot of money may have been wasted in plans that will never be carried out. Or if they are carried out, some of them really are not that helpful, or that provide that much extra safety that they're really worth it. So that's really my major concern. And my second concern is what I call the federal fads. For some time, Federal Highways was trying to get the various state highways. I know you folks don't worry about state highways much often, but we were told that, okay, you don't have to do roundabouts, but you do need to consider them. And I think we didn't have to do complete streets, but we had to consider them. And I thought, well, if you care about bicyclists, you would never want to do complete streets, ever. It's a good way to kill bicyclists, and I'm a former bicyclist. So I bicycled on county highways and state routes on the side of the road, and I had balloon tires. I got off the road, off the pavement, when certain traffic was coming, large trucks or whatever, and I never got hit. Many of the folks I know who work for state highways in Honolulu were hit. Every single bicyclist I knew had a broken arm, broken leg. They were lucky they didn't get killed. There were those two. So my feeling after everything I saw and learned in the 20 years and more was that it's crazy to have a bicyclist anywhere where the speed limit is 45.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Pardon me?
I started with rim piece.
Okay, let's start. There's some questions that Ms. Callaway brought up that we want to address, but are there specific things in this document that you guys want to change? And let's sort of start digging in that way, if that's okay.
I have 2,
Okay.
3, 5. C14 on the level of service D. Am I reading this correctly, that we're saying level of service D between Lakemont and Henry to Sierra Parkway, it's acceptable to have a level of service D?
Yes, you're reading that correctly.
From Henry to Sierra Parkway is a huge, Sierra Parkway is up near Dorrington. So we're going to say it's a level of service D from Henry, which is the road with the big burgers on,
Right.
and the White Pines Bar, to Dorrington will be a level of service D.
That is what this plan is saying, yes.
I guess I need to be explained to why that was agreed to. I know it's curvy after you leave the east end of Arnold and you head up towards Big Trees and past it, but I mean, everybody there's going 55, that's what the speed limit is. So that's my one item. My second item,
Which one is that specifically?
C14, level of service DC 2.2,
2.2, which one?
Henry to Sierra Parkway. The second item I have, Mr. Maurer, should I wait?
No, just go ahead. And then,
Okay,
I'll see if I can
is
address it
page
all.
17, C 3.5. Does that mean that ensure new developments incorporate measures into the project design, et cetera, for alternative modes? Does that mean that they will be having walking paths and bike paths on their projects?
Though there are potentially alternative modes of transport, yes.
So that would be a possible mitigation? Like all these huge projects that will at maybe some point come to fruition in Copper, or even a small one, have a walking path and a bike path?
So this policy would address the concern that, all new development does have, creates automobile traffic, a certain number of vehicle trips a day, and where it's feasible, we would like to see those designs incorporate, a connection for people to walk. So if you've got a subdivision that's next to a commercial area, why not put a pathway or something so that people could walk to that rather than have to drive all the way around out to the main entrance? And then, that's what that. I think if we look at the implementation measure 3B, it talks a little bit about, some of the other alternatives, including, transit. Where do we put a transit stop? That's an alternative mode of transportation. So maybe if it's a large subdivision that could support, let's put a transit stop in. So it's not we're saying that you have to do all these things, but we would look at it in the context of the size of the project, where it's located. Are there ways that we can reduce the number of vehicle trips that has air quality impacts, greenhouse gas impacts, all the other kind of things besides just impact to roads that we're looking at trying to reduce. And if there's a way that we can get, someone who wants to walk to be able to walk that's on a safe, maybe it means putting in sidewalks rather than just, the edge of the road and a narrow shoulder and no place for someone to walk. So those are the kinds of things that that's looking at.
I guess I'd like SR4 from Lakemont to Henry to either be explained to me or reconsidered.
From Sierra.
C14.
She wants to,
I'm just asking, because it says that we'll accept a level of service D. I mean, Caltrans just did a realignment near the state park.
I believe that list of streets, those roads are already operating at LOSD during peak times. And so unless we're prepared to straighten that road or widen that road or modify the traffic controls on that we would already be out of compliance with those road sections.
But you look at the Utica grade, that's a D, or at least I perceive it as a D compared. I'm not dying on the vine on this, Peter,
Well, I just tried to
it just
explain
didn't
why.
seem realistic
Yeah.
to me.
Do we want to, Rita, would you like to propose that to the board to consider?
No, I want to understand it. I'm not asking, it just didn't seem acceptable. Utica grade, I could understand, but I have one other, Gary can maybe answer that. Gary, on C19, the Valley Springs circulation realignment,
That's what we had.
wasn't that done some time ago? No?
No, that was, you're thinking of the intersection. This has to do with two dotted blue lines.
Okay,
These are
thank
the
you.
two that I asked Peter about earlier, that was, he had under existing.
Supervisor Milton, I'm sorry, Ms. Calaveras, let me know.
So I guess the only one I would like us to consider is, I'll find it now, the one where it said 5 parcels, and you had to have a road fee for those people living on it, that if we do more than that, I guess I'd like to see that reduced, only because of the issues that seem to come before us frequently on those private roads.
So the proposal is, do you remember where that is?
That's right.
You told me here, sir.
Yeah. Page C15, 2.8.
Yeah, thank you.
2.8. Okay, so let's just take this one on. Is there anybody who's interested in changing that number in C 2.8 from 5 to 3? Supervisor Callaway is a yes. Supervisor Toffenelli? Is there, no? No?
No.
No. It stays 5.
Done?
You'll be sorry.
Supervisor Mills, do you have suggestions for changes to the plan update?
Page C14, State Route 4, Vallecito Road to Kurt Drive. Most of that's in Angels Camp. That is the bypass. I don't know how that even got into a level service D. That would be one. Number 2,
Suggesting you change that?
yes, take it out.
Changes to eliminate that?
Eliminate it. That's the bypass. And I would like to add in State Route 4, I don't know what the road would be down at the bottom of the Osborne Ranch out of Angels Camp, where it breaks down into the smaller twisty windies for the wagon trail project all the way to Bonanza Mine Way. That should be in here. That's a level of service D.
Which one was this?
No, it's one to add.
Oh, you want to add?
It's one that would be added. State Route 4 from, I'm not certain, it's not Kirk Drive, it's basically there's mail, 2500 West Highway 4 and all the way to Bonanza Mine Way should be added. And we're talking about on page C15, again, in Angels Camp, State Route 49 from Dogtown Road to State Route 4 West, that's Angels Camp. And State Route 49 Mark Twain Road to Bret Harte Road, that's in Angels Camp. And State Route 49 Bret Harte Road to South Vallecito Road, State Route 4 to Vallecito Road, that's also in Angels Camp. Those are not county. We have no issues with them.
So do you want to just make a broad statement that we eliminate all
We
state
eliminate-
highways from its plan?
Well, that the ones in Angels Camp, why would they even be in here in our list? but I want to be sure that we do add in the road that has affected us the most, and that is the Wagon Trail project.
Mr. Mauer, do you have any response to that?
I just threw a lot of stuff out.
Yeah,
Sorry.
So wish we had the traffic
Was there
consultants here to assist with me on this one. So my recollection is that the city, because the development in the county will be impacting city roads, because traffic does, county traffic does go through the city. If you're coming from Vallecito or Murphy's to 49 South, you have to take the Vallecito, the old road, the old highway.
Oh, if we want to go there, though, the bypass should be off this table. It's not a D. Even in its worst day, it's never a D. That's State Route 4, Vallecito Road to Kirk Drive.
If it's okay, I would like to maybe revisit this issue.
We can check with Caltrans as to what their service level would be for that, but I'm pretty certain it's not a D.
Let me, before we go digging on that, Peter, let's just make sure that the board is giving you clear direction. So Dennis, maybe we could go through these, or unless you want to lump them all together and sort of see where everybody's at.
Well, if the idea is that we impact the city of Angels Camp and the state highways within the city, I understand them for being there.
Okay.
But I want to be certain that that bypass is absolutely not a D, and that we do include the Wagon Trail project.
Can I suggest then that we let
Peter work it out?
We decide not to make a move on it at this point. If there is a problem with that, Mr. Mauer can let us know tomorrow, and then we'll circle back on this specific piece only. The one question we do want to put in is, you had a specific ad on State Right 4. I think you had Pin Mine, or not? Pin Mine's in my district.
It's in yours.
Yeah.
Bonanza Mine.
Bonanza Mine. Is there any?
That's it.
Does anybody want to add that to the list? State Route 4 to Bonanza Mine Way to become on that list of
Level C.
level D.
I'm fine with it.
Can't answer that. I guess I vote for a recommendation.
Peter, do you have a recommendation on that, what the impacts are going to be? And is there anything adverse to this?
I'm sorry, I was trying to look up the City of Angels Camp. Go back to the original question, so I didn't hear the last question. I apologize.
That's all right. We were talking about adding, Supervisor Mills is suggesting that we add State Route 4 to Bonanza Way and add that to a level D service.
If that truly is going to get to LOSD, or is at LOSD now, I would want to check with Caltrans on that to make sure. But if that's the case, then we would certainly want to add it to the list.
It was in the grants we just wrote, they were LSD, and we just got a notification today we didn't get the grant, so.
So, let me see, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this.
Well, I would say let him verify with Caltrans those particular two road segments as to whether or not they truly are or are not in D. If they aren't, just when we come back, just be sure that the corrections are made.
Peter, can we do that?
Yes, and I'm looking back, I will double check with Caltrans on that. We'll bring that back. I do believe that the roads in the city limits were intended to be out, and I think we just may have missed it in the editing.
Okay.
Looking at the comment letter from the City of Angels Camp.
So we can circle back.
So I'll circle back on both those
Down the
issues.
road.
I would agree.
And then with the concern that you had, Commissioner Callaway, or Member Callaway, about the
Go ahead.
One thing we haven't dealt with, and I'm not clear how we do it, all elements have to be compatible, I understand that. We just did the land use maps, and if all those parcels that we did, resource production or working landscapes, come to fruition, or even one of them does, how is that going to dovetail with the circulation element? Will it then be I don't see where there's a marriage here between the two.
We'll have to look at that. And that's always a risk when you start changing land use patterns, that you then affect other impacts. We will look at that and sort of compare changes that were made today with other changes that have been made previously with the land use map that was analyzed and was included in the modeling. At this point, I don't think that the changes that were made were dramatic enough, but we'll have to look at that to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm not seeing, what we have is Peter's going to go back and double check the highways, make sure we got that list all straight. There are no other items before us on this item. Supervisor Mills, you have more?
Well, on page C15, it's C2.5, or actually C2.4. It's been my contention for quite some time that the RIM fees that are generated because of impacts of a project in one area of the county don't oftentimes result in fixing the impacts in that particular area of the county. They go into a fund to be used as needed, which never really resolves the long-standing issues of those specific developments' impacts. I would like to have the board develop some type of a policy statement, say RIM fees need to be used in the area to which they are garnered.
Is there any interest on behalf of the board in taking on that policy question?
I'm in agreement. I'd like to take that on. I think he has a valid point.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
No. No, because I think the issue is bigger than, well, not that I disagree with Supervisor Mills. I don't think this is the place for us to be working on the conditions for the RIM fees. Not that we shouldn't deal with it, but I don't think that's appropriate to the general plan. The fact that we address it, that we have it, and then we want to get into more details of it, or the specifics, as the supervisor mentioned, that should be another board issue, for another day.
I agree with Supervisor Callaway. I don't dispute that this is something we ought to take a look at. I'm just not sure if this
Maybe what I need to do is...
You got 3 votes.
Yeah, that's okay. But what I'm saying is maybe we need to just redirect it to simply a policy statement that we will move forward and develop some type of a updated version of how the RIM fees are to be allocated or used. But that's all we're asking for here.
Okay, so why don't you propose a sentence and we will insert it.
And that is that a policy statement that the board will and the staff will move forward in developing an updated RIM fee program to ensure that RIM fees are used in the areas to which they have been impacted, the impacts have been created.
I can't support the last part of what you're saying. I don't have a problem with the first part. I don't necessarily agree.
That is actually already in the plan. The implementation measure C2D talks about updating the RIM fee basin. I'm sorry to interrupt, Supervisor Callaway.
C2D?
Economics and correlate distributions with collections. So that's part of the update would be to ensure that it's a fair distribution of the money.
But when was it last done?
When was the last time that
it was done?
It was done. Well, there's been very little development in the last 10 years here, and so there's very little money collected. Part of the problem of saying, okay, we're collecting it in District 5, for example, so we're only going to spend the money in District 5, you have 5 small pots of money where you could be doing, if you assemble that money into a project, say, okay, this time we're going to do it over here, and then it's up to the board to say, next time we're going to do it over here. I think that there's, and I'm not trying to dissuade you from your position. I'm just saying this is why when the Planning Commission discussed this, the Public Works Department was in the discussion at the time. They were saying that it hamstrings the county in being able to spend that money when there's a project, there's enough money in the program, but because it's earmarked for different areas, it can't be spent because we don't have enough to accomplish a project. and so things get delayed that way. I think that this language here, to correlate the distribution with collection was the attempt by the planning commission to say, we understand that it needs, if the impact is in Copperopolis, the money should be spent in Copperopolis. And what we're going to see is where the growth occurs and the money is collected, that's where the road impacts are going to be, and that's where the fixes are going to need to be made. So it's pretty much self-fulfilling in that manner. If we suddenly get a lot of development in McCollum Hill, we're going to have road problems in McCollum Hill, and that's where fixes are going to need to be made.
But Peter, that's why we ended up developing the two benefit basins we have in Copperopolis and Valley Springs, is so to ensure that, because the RIM fees were not taking care of the impacts. So I want to be sure that when we talk about this as a future policy, that where the impacts are occurring, we're taking money from these developers for a purpose, and that is to mitigate the impacts in that local zone. And I have no problem with pushing that forward. To me, it's critical that we don't get into a situation like we've had over the last few years, or decades actually, where money is being redivvied out into other areas to which these impacts never were created. Then why did we collect it in the first place? We're not fixing the problem. We're just moving the money to another spot. That's not the way, to me, that's not the intent. So.
Supervisor Mills, is section C2D adequate? Or is that, since that is where we put this item anyway?
That's where we make the changes.
That was where we make changes. Is it adequate now that it's been identified?
No.
Okay, can I mind if I pull the board again and see if it's adequate for others?
Sure.
Supervisor.
It's adequate.
Thank you, Supervisor Callaway. Supervisor Toffenali? Not adequate. Supervisor Stopper?
Let me read it again real quick. No.
Chairman is yes, it's adequate. Okay, so it's not adequate. How would you like to propose changing? We'll work on C2D just as a clean way to do it.
Can I possibly read an option here?
Sure.
To regularly update the road impact mitigation benefit based, well, actually road impact is primary here, benefit based on other impact fee, to ensure that those fees are used in the location of which they are brought forward or paid for, or whatever you want to use.
Collected?
I mean,
pardon me? What'd you use?
Collected?
Collected.
Great. We do understand that if, we got a $4 million project in Copperopolis and we're turning out $40,000 a year in RIM fees, it's going to take a long time if we can't pool our RIM fees to take on some of these issues. I mean, I understand your concerns, they're valid, but will this lead to us getting anything done?
I understand and I appreciate your concern.
No, that's just a question.
I mean, at some point, we need to look at this as a county, not as respective district supervisors. Because if you collect $1,000 in District 3, because we don't have a lot of that, it's just going to sit there forever if we just say it can only be spent where it's collected in District 3, where if the need needs to be in Valley Springs or Copper, and there's a project and you need the 1,000, my feeling is that's where you take the $1,000 in RIM fee money.
I also want to say that just because they're collected in Copperopolis doesn't mean that the traffic flow doesn't impact an area going to or from either way. So there could be some of that impact substantially to other parts of the community that do need to be dealt with.
So then you will give me Copperopolis money to fix a problem in District 3.
Well,
Based on what he's saying, I don't get your money.
I think you both have very good points, and I do think that it does need, money should mitigate the people and benefit the people that are paying towards that. At the same time, that such is not always the case. Something gets built in San Andreas, it impacts Valley Springs significantly at the four-way per se. So, not rethinking it, that may be binding, and this might not be the venue for us to look at it. So I think that needs to be a more in-depth conversation when we have that brought before us by the Public Works. I know I'm switching gears here, but
we're having a discussion to change our minds. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, can you read the verbiage that you had proposed again?
To
Did you
update the road impact mitigation fees to, how did I put it, Peter?
I think I had to ensure that the revenue is spent in the area in which it is collected, but I'm not sure exactly where that went.
Well,
I'm not sure if that was the exact.
Yeah, and that's not really it either, because again, to
that's binding.
Supervisor Stopper's point is that I want to ensure that the impact fee pays for reducing the impacts, no matter where they are, instead of just being taken and used for other purposes. It has a specific reason, and that is it's an impact fee.
Right.
So that's the whole goal here is to, as Supervisor Stopper said, if the impact in San Andreas creates a problem in Valley Springs, then likewise, that impact fee should be used to help reduce that impact. But if it goes to, say, Copperopolis, which never sees any, to me, that makes no sense. We didn't collect it for that reason.
So the RIM fee is the countywide fee, and as described to me by a former Public Works Director, is that traffic, sort of anywhere in the county can ultimately go to somewhere else in the county. If I am, living in Arnold and I am traveling to Valley Springs, I've got to get there somehow. Now, most of that's on state highways. This is for specifically county roads. But we have the benefit basin fees that are very specific, geographic boundaries, and that money is collected specifically for those improvements in that area. I think that I'm not sure what the language is that would get to where you want to be that shows that there is a nexus between the money that's connected and where it's spent. And that's actually done when we adopt the fee. We have to do a nexus study, and we have to show that the costs are associated with the impact that's creating it.
Maybe that's what I'm trying to get to, is that we want to be sure that the money that we've received is used to ensure that the impact is being mitigated, no matter where it is. It's got to stay in that area.
We do have the annual roads program that we put together, and monies are in there as well. So, that can be a board decision. We want to shift money from one place to another. We have that ability, as we currently have that, not from the benefit basins, but from the RIMS.
Right, and that's getting awfully specific for this part of the general plan.
That's correct. Supervisor Toffenelli, you had something to add?
Well, I'm thinking now, can we pull the board on accepting the language in 2.4 the way it is and bring the RIM fees back at some point, possibly as a study session, or revisit it, and we can reset the policy, the RIM fee policy at that time?
I would appreciate that. I would appreciate that.
Very well. I do not believe there are any other items on the circulation element. Everybody agree?
I have one question. Concerning development on this circulation element. We had a discussion earlier of the copper developments and the Little John Road with only having one way in and one way out. The circulation element, I think, in my opinion, should address that new development, requiring them to have at least 2 ways in and 2 ways out. I don't see it anywhere in here that I saw it, unless you can point me to the direction where that language is in here that we are going to require that.
I think it might be under C2.10.
It's specific.
Or would one under 4290?
And C what?
C2.10. think it might go under 4290. It jumped out at me.
You're right.
That would certainly require that.
Yeah.
Right. Fire safe regulations also.
So it's there.
Well, it is and it isn't. It
doesn't
doesn't
seem to.
specifically state that the requirements are.
What's the code section say, though? That would probably be the definition you're looking for.
You got C.1.13, strive to increase roadway connectivity, but that doesn't speak specifically to what you're saying.
Ingress and egress. I mean, we can cite fire code if you want in here, but it doesn't, again, specifically give a direction.
You're only talking about future, you're not talking
No,
about past.
I'm not against this at all. If it's there, I don't want to do it twice, but if it's not.
I couldn't find it specifically spelled out.
I don't think it specifically says you'll have 2 points of access. The C2.10 clearly requires that we meet the fire safe regs, and the fire safe regs has standards of when 2 points of access is required. I mean, I don't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head, but there's a certain threshold of length of dead end road and how many lots it can be served before you need to have 2 points of access.
Peter, if I might ask, you and I have talked about this before, but these aren't new roads, these are existing roads, right? So if you wanted to put a house out at the end of the road, you better find a secondary exit, correct? Is that how this is?
I was talking about new developments, such as what we're dealing with in Copper.
Developments, not-
Not I own 5 acres, I want to put a house down there. Well, wait a minute, you got to have a, no.
Okay.
I'm talking about
There are
development.
certain standards that apply to what you're talking
There
about.
are.
Other standards that apply to.
I mean, those are all in the fire code.
Yes.
I mean, because we have that's occurring. It's not only in Copper, there's a couple other places that we have a single ingress and egress. And if we can deal with it right now, I think we should have it in there, and that's part of your rights for your development plan, as you've agreed to, that we no longer are going to have that type of situation. Because it is very serious and very dangerous. The more homes you put in there. So can we do this? I would suggest this is going to come back to us. On the 14th of August, we've already set that date up. Can we look at that during the course of the time between tomorrow, after tomorrow, and going towards August 14th to possibly put that somewhere in here in the circulation element? Is that something we can do?
We can certainly do that. I was just thinking that there might be something in the safety element.
A clear statement that's...
If it's all right, maybe we could do this quicker. If tonight they go and somebody checks, or somebody on staff checks to see if it's in the code already, verifies that with this board. If it's there, we're fine. If it's not, we could add in a sentence. I don't see any reason to wait till 14th. We could just, if this is important, we just make this policy statement. Council.
Supervisor Topanelli, I would just like to get clarification of what the concern is that you're hoping to address outside of 4290. PRC 4290 does cover fire access, and so I wanted to find out what it was that you feel 4290 doesn't.
Who at this point
address.
Is going to, when plans are in for review, is going to review that section or that code for fire egress? We don't have that person here. I would like to have it specifically spelled out, like everything else is here that we've been dealing with, other than referring to a fire code, that we don't have a fire marshal. We don't have any plans that actually get circulated to fire districts for their approval if they happen to ask questions about it. I mean, we're asking right now, the way we're set up, for possibly this being overlooked, where if it's specifically in the general plan, then it is dealt with.
Supervisor Strovan, I know that Copper Fire and Murphy's Fire and Arnold, Evans Pass, do get the plans. And they have, some of them have fire marshals on their own. review those plans.
Correct, but there's no process where they actually come into the circulation of those plans.
You're correct.
We had in case in Valley Springs, actually in District 5 with the new medical building where the fire department was not part of it, and they found a problem with fire access into that building and had to do some redesign on it because they were putting a fire roof access ladder inside of a wood building. Doesn't work.
So,
when the building's on fire.
In the safety element, S3W, that requires that we refer all plans for new development to CAL FIRE and the local fire district for their review. And we do that as a matter of course anyway. I don't see any harm in adding a policy that strengthens that to ensure that, I'm not sure what the language would be, but to get to your point, the 4290 regulations are, very thorough as far as providing, fire safety. And, by a matter of law, we have to abide by those. There are, the term of art that they use, it says, well, if we don't have the access, we can compensate for that by providing additional water, same practical effect. You can modify some of those standards to a degree by using what they call same practical effect, but that has to be approved by CAL FIRE representative. And there are different standards for new construction of a home on existing lot versus subdivision activity where you're creating more lots and more potential people in the path of a disaster. So, but if we want to be more specific about emergency ingress and egress, we could try to develop a policy along those lines if you feel that's appropriate.
If it's all right, I'd like to pull the board and see whether everybody's on board with adding in additional policy or whether existing policy is sufficient.
On second.
On second access, egress and egress.
I'm sorry, yes.
So, Mr. Tuffanelli, is it if it's a 5-lot subdivision or a 20-lot subdivision? Or what size subdivision would you say has to have a secondary access that might not be in 4290?
If it's in District 3, one house. If it's in the other district.
I mean, I happen to live in a subdivision where nothing's being built.
Well, you live in one that only has one egress.
Yes, and we're not allowing.
And they have an easement, that's correct. That came before the board several years ago. So,
So I guess I'm asking, what size subdivision would you require?
I would think when it came back to us, he can do some research and bring it. That's why I said it's not going to be overnight. I think he at least needs till the 14th of August to, that's up to Peter what he thinks, but any development, I would think over 20 houses or more. It depends on how it's designed for fire relief access. If there's an easement of some type between the properties that can be utilized for fire access and escape. In my subdivision, we have one way in and one way out. However, we have on the top of the hill a gate that's locked that the fire service has a key to that can get in and service from either side. So,
if I could, remember we can revise this thing 4 times a year as well. I would prefer not to have to use that August 15th meeting if we get this thing done tomorrow.
it's up to the board, full board. I'm in favor of yes.
Gary is
I brought it up.
Bring back a more. How do you want to articulate?
Just have Mr. Bauer bring back
But what is
verbiage.
it you're looking for?
The size of
I think it may be as simple as simply amending 2.1. Maybe if Peter has some time after the meeting today, he could bring it. If he's not asleep, checking 4290 and the fire safe regulation section 1270, and maybe some of the verbiage that's needed is within that, and we could apply it and say as in, said verbiage, and then follow with those 5 adverbs.
So let's poll.
And I could agree with Gary on that, if you could possibly bring that back tomorrow. I don't think it's too complicated. I know we're asking a lot of you, Peter, always.
It's okay, Peter, we may not start the next element. I might give you back a few minutes before we finish. Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Talk about this tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other items on the circulation element that we want to take on today?
So just so I'm clear, we've made some minor corrections to the verbiage on page 11 under public transit. We're going to be double checking the list of road length or segments that we've accepted at level service D. And I will be looking at developing some policy language regarding 2 points of access along the lines of what 4290 requires, and being more specific in our general plan to ensure that it's... Was there anything else I missed on the list?
Here's what I'd like to propose. It is 4:30. I told everybody we were going to quit at 5, unless somebody wants to go past 5, and we want to start the resource production element now. I'm going to propose that we let Peter go back and do this research. It could be top of the agenda tomorrow morning to check off those boxes. I'd like to go into closed session at 8:30 tomorrow morning, as we're continuing closed session and not reopen, but continue the hearing at 9 o'clock. What do you guys think? Or do you want to start on resource production element now?
No.
Fresh start.
Fresh start? And we'll deal with your question first thing on top of the list. We're not tabling, we're just continuing the meeting. Can I just recess? Can I just recess us till tomorrow morning? Just don't get me in trouble, Madam Clerk.
You can pull the board for it.
Diane, you know what?
You can just pull
If the
the
clerk's
board
not happy, none of us are going to be happy.
She won't make
So,
your coffee.
can I have a motion to
I move that
recess?
I move that we recess today and resume tomorrow morning.
At 8:30.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor of...
9.
We'll be coming into closed session at 8:30. We're just going to sit here, then we're going to go back to the back room. At 9 o'clock, we'll open up the show. Sound good? Therefore, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
They can be here at 8:30 if they want.
You can be here at 8:30 if you like. The door will be open. We are recessed till tomorrow morning.